What time is the deep in fitness class?
10. It's supposed to be at 10.
Right now?
Yeah. Wait, before we go over there, should it have started?
Where's the camera?
It's in the water.
The camera's not working.
And where's my YouTube?
Oh, go hit back. There, it's live. So, but it's just. Yeah, there it is. It's just the camera's not working. Shani, let me see that. Heads up, watch out. Don't fuck around with it. Piss me off. No, I'm kidding. Let's see here.
I don't know what I did.
And then you're about to get it from here also. Come on, baby. There we go. But be careful because they're going to hear what we hear also.
Are they going to hear under? Are they going to hear?
They're hearing here. Somebody would ask-
Welcome to the stream. Right now we have the predominantly Austin-based, we have some Kansas players in our rookie skirmish. This is the Aquabowl 2025, first time hosted outside of California. We're at the Westlake Aquatic Center. As you can see, it's 5-on-5 gameplay. We have blue versus yellow. Looks like Eddie was in a pinch, passes off to Vivian. She's looking for an outlet pass. Has to get rid of it, and it goes. We have Kansas player making the Torpedo steadily advance up the playing field. Kelly with the upside down underwater crossover, learned that from Deep End Fitness. Right now the ladies are crushing. Patrick cannot strip the Torpedo away. Hands it off. We have a Kansas player advancing towards the goal. Met at the goal. That's Ruben, one of our professional players. And then back again, Kelly, you have to make it towards the bottom. Oh, before the surface call, we have Mary advancing towards the goal. Travis strips it and knocks it away for a score. You're looking good out there, Patrick. All right, Torpedo's underway. I'm here with Tate. We're watching from the surface. We're staying dry. Ruben, nice and patient, passes off to Jarrett. Back to Ruben. He stays underwater, guys. He's one of the players you have to be careful. As soon as he gets with the Torpedo, he's going to be staying underwater. And we're advancing towards the goal, and Blue knocks it in for the easy point, almost completely uninterrupted by Yellow. And that's a point for Blue. Tate, you want to do me a solid favor and tell me what the name of the blue team is? Oh, there's no name. That's all right. What do we want to name the blue team?
The blue team is Carp, is it not?
Okay.
And then
Heard it here
the yellow
first.
team is-
What do we want to name yellow team, Tate?
The Shinies.
The Shinies?
Shiners.
Shiners. Shiners and Carp. We got trash talk coming from the refs. We don't really. You got to stay underwater, buddy. Save your air. That's SK. He's chirping away. Careful, we don't run out of battery filming SK too long if he keeps talking.
Probably will.
Torpedo's off. We're gonna call that in play. The torpedo just banged off of the diving board.
What's y'all's team name?
Ready.
On the deck, we are live. The listeners and the viewers can hear us, so just be mindful. Oh, we're tied up in a 2-in-1. Way to escape that. Oh, and again, the trick is to stay underwater after passing the torpedo, and you see it. It's clear as day. That's the best way to keep yourself in the fight. Nice job, Blue. Nice job, Carp. Shiners, we got to step it up a bit.
If you look up Aquabowl 2025 from Austin, Texas.
The Aquabowl.
There we go, that beautiful towel. It's just waving in the wind.
How majestical.
It's majestical. Is majestical a word, chat?
Yes.
Survey says yes. Just for everyone's situational awareness, in between each point, there's a rough 45-second, sometimes entire minute break in between each point. And that's to make sure all the players get the rest that they need.
And so
Here we go,
James
Yellow.
could post some Instagram.
And so I can post to Instagram and get this stream viral. Fun fact, we have Tate on the deck with me. He's all, oh, and his dad's holding onto the torpedo right now.
Oh, yeah.
Get closer.
Oh,
Yellow looks
we're
like a
wrapped
good
up.
start.
Kelly finds an outlet.
Good start for Yellow.
We got
Little handoff.
3 yellow down, someone by the goal. Travis going in, and he gets wrapped. Guys, these points are exciting. The objective, oh, stolen by Vivian.
Stolen.
She's
Travis,
off.
come on, keep doing it. Travis,
She's
49,
off.
let's go.
And we're
And-
met with a yellow defender. Are we gonna, oh,
that
she
a
pulls it
steal?
away.
What a pass.
You know, there's
She's wrapped up again.
again another steal. That's 3 steals within 15 seconds. We're passing a little high towards the surface. Again, if any part of the
we got
body breaches
yellow.
the surface, we're gonna have to turn over. But we're met at the goal, and we dunk it away. Great job, Yellow.
Good goal by Yellow. Fun fact, just took James 3 tries to get streaming right.
I couldn't spell streaming. Thank you, Tate. For everyone listening, if you found this stream through Instagram, make sure to give Deep End Fitness ATX a follow. Stay up to date. We'll be streaming as often as we can all weekend. Right now, these are the rookie. This is the rookie division, so we have about 6 or 7 folks from each team. A handful of them are going to self-identify as rookie players. There's a few from the professional or the veteran league helping keeping the torpedo moved and advancing. And as you can see, competition is competition, whether you're quote-unquote rookie or veteran. There really is no sport like this where once you get in the water, it evens the playing field.
Who would you classify as a... Who would you classify as a veteran or
That's a great question.
player?
So this weekend we have teams that came in from South Carolina and as well as California. So the California team that traveled in, they've consecutively been the UTL Aquabowl champions for almost 3 seasons now. So those players are absolutely without a doubt, the professional or the veteran league players.
Well, that's nice to know. Looks like UTL's been growing a little bit.
UTL it's that sport that once you play it once, you're hooked. So the more people that we can get involved, and that's kind of why we do the rookie tournament, is to get more people in the water, have some sense of camaraderie with their team, and then they just keep coming back for more tape.
And it certainly works, doesn't it?
They're here. They're here for the weekend.
So will we.
And we are off. So what's happening every time is yellow is throwing to blue, and it becomes a sprint for the Torpedo, because what can happen is as soon as the Torpedo hits the water, it might boomerang back in yellow's favor. Ruben is wrapped up. Ruben considered one of those veterans, and it's stolen. And now we're wrapped up in a 2-on-1. Dishes it out to Kelly. Vivian picks it up. So blue continues to retain possession. Oh, and we're making our way towards the goal. Can we get somebody in the goal? And we are scoring. We are scoring. Great job, Carp.
Good.
That was a great way to start the point.
Amazing goal.
Those boomerangs, they can be deceptive. They can definitely be
Yes,
deceptive.
they can.
You can hear them in the background cheering as soon as they come up for oxygen. The first thing that they call out is the fact that that Torpedo almost returned its way back to sender. We call that a RTS, return to sender.
That's a good joke. That's a good joke.
Thank you, Tate.
And we got a majestical
UTL
towel.
Aquabowl 2025. And
Ready for the next game?
we'll take a quick break from the audio for a second, audience. We'll be right back. And we're back with the audio. Shaney
Hey,
is going to
what's up,
display.
brothers?
As you can see there on the table, we have Cane Footwear, one of our sponsors. There's going to be a pair of canes given to both the offensive and defensive MVP. We got a quick snapshot. The action is back though, so we're back underwater.
That's
I'll give a
bad.
quick shout out to the rest of the sponsors here in a minute.
We got some good sponsors, don't we, James?
We have some great sponsors. Cane Footwear, again, a pair of canes to both the offensive and defensive MVP. A great pair of shoes to wear, as you can imagine, in this environment where we're always by the water. It looked good for a second, but we're wrapped up now by two blue defenders. Vivian is the assassin. She's got some sticky fingers for the Torpedo. Anytime you come in Vivian's radius, she's probably going to be stealing it from you, and then it's a breakaway with another point. That might be the fourth time I've seen that gentleman score in the net. Great job, Blue.
This is either a short game or a comeback of a century. Probably a
Noble
short game.
Protein, a grass-fed beef-based protein, North Star Supplements, North Star Nutrition. As you can see, they have their non-stim pre-workout. We have our pre-workout, creatine and electrolytes. 4 essential supplements to anyone's gym stack. Instant coffee with instant latte with collagen. It's going to have protein. That's from our Strong Coffee Company. Big shout out to the Strong Coffee Company. Power Lift. Really appreciate you guys for dedicating your time, your product to our audience. It really means a lot.
And James
What do we think, Tate?
back on the phone. What?
What do we think? So far, we've seen some pretty action-fed gameplay.
I would say so. Yes, yes. Very
Who's up right now? Is there a score that's being kept?
The score would be. It is the second round. Blue is up by 1 round, and this
Okay.
could be the last point before the match is over.
Yellow has the Torpedo. Oh, we have 4 yellow underwater advancing the Torpedo, met by just 2 on blue. Patrick attempts to wrap up and makes a costly turnover, but we have 3 that's close to what we would call a 3-on-1 team. As you can see, one of the yellow players released their hands quick enough so that was not blown as a whistle. And here we are, blue again with another fast break and just a gentle slide in, adding insult to injury. We call that poking the wound.
Don't poke my wound, James.
I poked Tate's wound for everyone who could not see that.
He poked my wound. And here we have another great towel, not as majestical.
But
Shout
that's
out
our.
Deep in Fitness.
So I'm old enough and Tate's old enough to remember when that was our OG logo.
Oh yes.
So back in 2022 is when Deep in Fitness Austin came about. We have one of the original founders and investors. His name is Ben Kincaid. Ben's on the deck here today. He's the one who came out and evangelized the sport of UTL and Deep End Fitness in Austin. And then we're joined on the deck by Walter, who also started Deep End Fitness. Shaney's going to pan to Walter so you guys can take a quick view of Walter and Ben.
Shout
Those
out
are the
2022.
OGs of Deep End Fitness here in Austin, Texas. Walter, say hello, wave to the camera. Walter, say hello, wave to the camera. There he is, the man who started it all, Tyrus Griffin from Deep End Fitness, San Clemente. And then that's Ben Kincaid. And we're back.
And we're
Action
back.
underwater. So as you can see, each point is started by a torpedo that's thrown from one team who just scored to the opposite team. So that means yellow's receiving the torpedo because they just were scored on.
We got a quick
We're
pass.
caught up right now. There's a lot of traffic. Good dump outlet pass.
Good
Mr.
passes.
Travis passes off. I believe that's Kelly. She's got a breath. You cannot out-hold her. A handoff. Handoffs are so important, especially when you're this close to the goal. Passes back to Travis. As you can see, he never ascended. Another handoff, and there he's just got to, outstretched outstretched, and now hands it off again to Kelly. That's 4 handoffs. As you can see how important handoffs are in comparison to throwing the torpedo, because it was one after another, after another, after another. Call that leapfrog. I got the yes of approval from Tate.
Yeah, hop in, rep
Rockadillos, huh?
hop in and play.
The Rockadillos.
Yeah, just been up here the past couple times. I didn't get a chance to make it out to the
The fitness community in Austin is just expanding. We have a team that rucks together. I got to give a shout out to my buddy Terrence with the official Project Grit, and I got to give a shout out to Onvu. Just about maybe 75, if not more, percent of the men who are in the water right now are swimming in Onvu jammers or shorts. I have a pair on right now as I'm sitting on the deck. Really great, really stylish, really comfortable. You can find them on Amazon. You can find their website, onvu.com.
And there's our majestical flag.
And we love it.
Give us a whistle, James.
My whistle is not that great.
Oh,
The
and
throw
short
is a bit
handoff.
short. I think we're going to play it.
Blue going down to the bottom, swimming with it. Quick pass.
Okay, what's happening next,
He's
Tate?
swimming down. Quick pass to the side. Long breaths. Good
Ruben
new
stayed
pass.
under. Passes it back.
Vivian.
Ruben stayed under this entire time so far.
Dang.
Ruben and Manny just laterally
breath.
passing, advancing the torpedo. We need to get some yellow under
Advancing.
to intercept or
Blue
just
is
at least
open.
get in the way of some of these passing lanes.
Yellow tried to. Pass back.
Excellent technique to pass the torpedo backwards, because then it opens up. As you can see, Manny's advancing towards the goal now. We need somebody from yellow to
Some
play
defense.
goalie. Stay down, yellow.
Little defense.
As soon as we push off the wall,
Stay
you
down,
get a big
Yellow.
push.
Stay down.
Oh, just outside of the
And that would
fingertips
be
of
a
the
goal
yellow
for Blue.
defender. Another goal for Blue.
How's your goal? They sell cooties.
Oh. That's a long.
As you can see, there's a big group crowding around us. We're all watching the live stream because, again, this is a very tough sport. This is a very tough spectator sport. As you can imagine, the only way to view it is if you're right in the mix or in the middle of the play or if you're actually underwater. Yellow advances the Torpedo. Travis passes off to another yellow cap. We got 24 looking to advance the Torpedo. Throws it in an empty space. Got lucky there. And now Kelly, she's got 3 blue defenders. And now she's wrapped up with Patrick. Oh, these scrums don't always end well for the person who went underwater first. But no, we actually find our way to advance the Torpedo. It's handed off to another yellow offensive, and then it's stolen again from his own yellow teammate. Travis dumps it in the goal. Just the tip of the Torpedo makes it. And Travis brings it home. That score for the good guys. Tate's dad, give me fist, Knuckles. Huge shout out to the referees in the water. We know that they'd much rather be staying warm and staying dry, but we need to make sure that we have a good, clean fight.
I feel it would. Oh, that would be a guard DJ.
As you can see, it's a pretty big operation that goes on land. Ben would love to be involved in the game. Unfortunately, suffered a broken wrist in the last few weeks. Ben is a multi-sport athlete. He's a phenomenal underwater Torpedo League player. He plays actually on the Veteran League with his father, James Bonney. It's a great father-son duo, soon to be what Tate and Travis are able to accomplish. I know Ben would give a lot for being out here in the water, but we appreciate you, Ben. Thank you for helping out and supporting with scorekeeping. It's a big operation. You have multiple cameras set up in the water. You obviously have the one that Shaney's directing. She's the one behind the camera responsible for this live stream. And funny enough, you actually can't see what you're looking at. There's no visible screen. I'd have to show you guys. There's no visible screen for the person who's operating the camera. You're good to stay there. And there's me. You have to have consistent Wi-Fi. You have to make sure that the audio is plugged in. You're responding to the live stream. You're responding to queries on Instagram. Thank you, Shaney. And you have multiple refs. You have an in-water safety. All in all, you got about 5 personnel that are going to be in the water or on land, outside of everyone else who's actually playing. Again, 5-on-5. Right now, we have blue advancing the Torpedo. Patrick likes to do this gentle upside down frog kick.
Thank you. Yeah, that's perfect.
Finds an outlet. Ruben, who likely went down a few seconds after Patrick, so he's got more of a breath hold in case what we're seeing here. Nice way to advance the Torpedo. Quick passes from Blue. Jeremy dishes it right back to Ruben. Ruben's tied up right now. There's 4 yellow defenders that are underwater. Is he going to find an outlet pass? And he does. Vivian gets caught up at the goal, and it's stolen at the goal. Excellent block. Great job. Hand that off or get rid of it, because I know your breath is starting to diminish. Here we go, Travis. He finds a person to advance the Torpedo to, and she gets tied up by 2 blue defenders. This is a moment where we need another yellow person on offense to come down and support. Ruben dishes it back. It's Jeremy ready to advance the Torpedo. And now Vivian has it, throws it towards the goal, and it's a score. Got a big view of SK's butt right there. Almost missed the action.
I am back.
And the most important person of it all, Tate, has returned to duty. Guys, if I were to ask you to do anything, it's to find the link, the share link, share this with a friend. Share this with somebody who's probably never seen a sport like this before. Share this with somebody who plays or who swims, if this would be something that's interesting to them. Thanks so much, Max, who is also doing some filming.
Better yet, share it to someone that knows the committee for the Olympics.
Yeah.
It could be a new Olympic sport, y'all.
Share this with the Olympic Committee, because that would be the hope. I believe that wraps up.
It's already on my Instagram.
The blue team has won. And our next game is going to start
Because the last one when we thought
at the top of the hour.
like I told you,
And we'll be back.
and it was like, where's the link? That happened to me at one of the Aquabowls in California. I was like,
right, if you're just joining us, we're here at the Aquabowl in Austin, Texas. The year is 2025. We've got the Central Texas Salamanders against the Guppies from Newport. We've got the throw off. Guppies scored the first goal. Salamanders are bringing it up. If you've never seen this sport before, it's underwater torpedo. It's part of the Underwater Torpedo League. Got a nice little tangle up as the Salamanders try to bring it forward on the far side of the pool. We've got a pass ahead to an outlet, but there are quickly 2 Guppies at the goal. We've got Salamanders calling for it, a swim up top. We're gonna have a nice little scrum into the pit of the Vipers here around the goal. Salamanders changing things up, trying to pass around the goal. A bounce pass off the bottom, and it looks like Ruben cleans one up for the Salamanders.
Almost looks like the Salamanders took a page out of the Newport's book.
I tell you what, playing behind the goal seems to be the way of the future.
That's how the Guppies have been so successful year after year. Their camaraderie, their craftsmanship, they're just so deceptive underwater. When you think the point's over, they're going to wait you out another 15 to 20 seconds. So you got to make sure that you got the stamina, you got to make sure you got the breath.
They are definitely the team to be reckoned with here in Austin. But it's hot. There's Formula One in town. We heard that a few of them stayed out really late last night partying, so we'll see if they can hold up.
The Guppies got introduced to some Lone Stars, ended up with maybe a few too many. We'll see if that even makes a sliver of an impact on their performance today.
Here comes the throw off from the Salamanders. Splash down as the Guppies prepare for their offensive attack. If you've never seen this sport before, after each goal is scored, the team that does the scoring tosses the torpedo to the team that was scored upon. We've got Salamanders attacking early. The Guppies are having trouble getting the torpedo ahead. On the near side of the pool, here's Jerome, a world-class swimmer, a world-class breath holder, unfazed by the grappling of the Salamanders. The torpedoes drop to the bottom, not a turnover. The Guppies know exactly what they're doing. There's a floating Band-Aid, I think. A long pass ahead. It's a turnover. A turnover for the Salamanders. A random pass forward.
Random pass. Torpedo's at the surface almost. Almost turns it over again.
Looks like the Salamanders are bringing it up across the far side of the pool. Oh, a dangerous pass. We're having long, dangerous passes this particular point. Looks like SK bringing it forward. Passes it to Ransenberg in the weenie bikini. And it puts the torpedo through the net. That's point Salamanders.
Got to give a quick shout out. Excellent job on the footage. Thank you, Shaney, for getting up close and personal. That's who you're messing with when you come to Austin, Texas. It's the Salamanders. Guppies, we'll see if they can return the favor with a point.
2-1 in favor of the Salamanders. They're the host team. They're the local team. They want to defend this pool as much as possible. They practice here. They practically live here. We've got a lot of spectators in the pool. It's great to see. We've got safety swimmers. We've got referees. We've got camera crew. We've got a lot of sponsors here that we'll shout out throughout the day. Here comes the throw off from the Salamanders.
Watch his trick. He always tries to get a boomerang. The boomerang, oh, looks like we didn't get one. It's when the torpedo splashed down, returns to sender, RTS, but we get a nice push off the wall. And that's the thing, these Guppies aren't used to this slick surface. When we play in California, because we've been in their home turf as well, they got a grainy bottom, so they're in a different environment, different depth. The breath does not change, though. We see Jerome advancing the torpedo as he typically does. He's crafty, he wiggles his way. It looks like a 2-on-1 in the goal. Oh, an abort pass.
A dangerous pass from Jerome. We don't normally see that down there. But boy, the breath hold on these Guppies. The breath holds are unbelievable.
Tyrus, he said he's playing with a messed up groin. Don't let the Salamanders hear that because they might start taking low blows. He still punches it in.
We've got a game on our hands, folks. 2-2, Salamanders and Guppies. The Guppies had a match earlier today, as did the Salamanders. Both matches were handled handily, so this could be a preview of the finals for tomorrow.
Natter, I appreciate your comment. Natter, a great CrossFit coach here, local to Austin, Texas. Got to give you a quick shout out. Shout out to Cowie Athletics. I'm going to go ahead and shoot you a quick text rather than a response in the chat because I want to make sure I keep it PG.
James and I can't decide who's the color man and who's the audio guy here. We'll get it figured out. Oh, here's a wave to the crowd from the booth.
Not
As you can
sure
see,
I know
we're-
what that means. I think Travis just said something about color man, and that might be me the way I'm sitting in this chair.
You need to watch. You need to watch more NFL. One guy does the calling, the other guy adds the color. You know. Oh, we got the Salamanders bringing it up after that Guppy goal. Ransenberg
That's
holding
up
it
close
near
and
side of the
personal.
pool. Long errant pass across the pool. I think both of these teams are playing with quite a bit of aggression, which is why we got to see this adrenaline slow down a bit. We'll start to see these points lengthen. Another errant pass, unusual. Oh, it's a scrum near the surface. No call from the referee. And here we go.
Ooh, was that a 360? 180?
Another Salamander goal. That's Trevor, who has been a longtime Salamander member, moved to California, but is back playing for the Salamanders in the pool he grew up in, right, James?
This is exactly. We taught him. We pretty much formed him into the Underwater Torpedo League player he is today. Without us, I don't know if Trevor would be Big Trevor.
Who are our sponsors today, James? Should we start talking about some sponsors?
We got a handful of them on deck. Once we get an opportunity to just pan the camera over to all the goodies on the floor, we got Noble Supplements, Noble Origins. They are 100% beef-based protein. North Star Supplements, they're actually here on deck with us. Austin-based, again, a great local Austin company. Kane Footwear, great shoes to wear in and around the deck. Apex Sports Medicine, doing some on-site chiropractic evaluations. And then we also have Strong Coffee Company when you need protein and coffee, that quick hit in the morning. Got to give a shout out to Meal Pros as well. Meal Pros, an awesome meal prep company. Again, what we like to do is support as many local businesses as we can. With the one exception being Kane, but Kane's made such an impact in the Austin community. It's like if you don't have a pair of Canes, I don't know if I can call you an Austin fitness athlete.
How many pairs do you have, James?
I got about 9. Got about 9 and growing.
Oh, we got a timeout on the deck.
How many timeouts can you take during a 5-point game?
I think we get one timeout per team. Is that correct?
I think last time, listen, it ebbs and flows. This weekend, we're going to be giving 2 timeouts per team per 5-point match. So, no math problems for us here on the deck trying to keep track of all that.
Oh, here's some of our sponsors.
So as you can see, the Instant Latte and Collagen, great protein, great, again, instant coffee, throw it in some hot water, mix it up. North Star Nutrition, they have a pre-workout, they have a creatine, they have electrolytes. I mean, what more do you need in your stack? Oh, by the way, there is more. Noble Origins, again, that beef-based complex, going to have your colostrum, going to have your collagen as well. Kane Footwear, kind of peeking off to the side. And, something special that we're doing this tournament is the offensive and defensive MVP are both going to receive a pair of Canes in their size and their desired colorway. So the Kane Footwear, great shoe, sustainably made, great for being in and around the pool deck. And then shout out to our merch. As you can see at the top of your screen there, top left, we have another local Austin merch manufacturer who's done our design and also done our printing. But looks like we're getting back into some action with the throw-off.
Salamanders tossing it to the far side. Guppy's picking it up at the bottom. Here begins the long breath hold. Let's see how methodical the Guppies are. A lot of aggression being brought by the Salamanders. They're sick and tired of finishing second, finishing third, particularly in these pro divisions. They've been out to California a number of times, and they're ready to defend the home pool. The traditional Guppy way, working it around the goal. Very much like basketball, I'd say, right?
Yeah.
They're usually pretty good about passing it around the top of the key, looking for an open man.
Ooh,
Looks
looks
like we're
like
going to have a
we're-
surface call. Tell us about the surface, James, for those that have never seen the sport.
So the surface call, you can imagine we kind of invert a traditional jump ball, that of basketball. So the referee is heading down to the bottom of the pool right now. Again, it's a 12-foot deep pool. The referee places the torpedo at the bottom. Both players who are involved in that surface. So when somebody goes up and makes contact or breaches the surface while holding the torpedo, they're going to descend down on a ready go signal. And as they make their way towards the bottom of the pool. It's a electric. It's an exciting swim off. Essentially, is what you're doing to the first person to grab the torpedo.
It looks like the guppies have retained control here. More aggression being brought by the salamanders. Guppies quickly trying to get it around. A pass back to Jerome. No breath there. That's a nice give and go by the guppies. Long breath holds by these gentlemen from California. A pass across the pool. There it is, that working around the top of the key. The goal is to the left, just a few more lanes down.
Oh, is that a leg grab?
Guppies have no problem being slow and methodical here, handling the aggression, waiting things out,
It's that traditional
working the breath.
give and go.
And then a swim in. The goal is wide open, not nearly enough time. That's a wrap on that goal. It's hard to stop Jerome once he gets going.
God, gotta give it to him. Even when you send 3 of your fastest players down, as soon as you see that breakaway, I mean, Jerome is just so crafty in the water. Olympic trial swimmer, one of the fastest swimmers probably in the pool today. He's somebody that you cannot let go of, you cannot lose sight of.
I tell you what, those guppies, like I said, they have no problem passing the torpedo around the top of the key, waiting for a moment to dive in toward the net. You'll see it time and time again. They caught the salamanders napping, and sometimes, James, it's just that half second. It's all the good swimmers need.
Yeah. A half a second, catch you, maybe flipping the pillow from the hot side to the cold side, and that's all it's going to take, and Jerome's going to be out of your sight and out of your reach.
Here comes another throw off to the salamanders, moving from right to left now. Looks like we've got a light down in the pool. We got to talk to the Westlake Aquatic Center about that. Any danger with that? Any danger with a bunch of swimmers underwater?
Don't get wrapped up in the wire, which is, can't say it's not impossible, as the salamanders and the guppies like to use 100% of the in-water play of all the pool available.
A lot of scrumming, a lot of holding with no torpedo. We're gonna get some complaints from these guys, I bet, to the referees when we get to the top of the water here.
Did we break the plane there? Did we break the plane? We'll see what the refs have to say about that.
Oh, and it's another steal.
And
An easy score from Sage.
Salamander goal.
Let's see if we got any chatter. Let's see if we got any chatter at the top of the pool.
What we have right now is the referee checking in with both teams. Got them slapping in the water. Don't know if they're just excited or if there's some back and forth banter between the two teams. Looks like everything's been settled down. And in between each point, for those folks who are unfamiliar with the sport of Underwater Torpedo League, you have just enough time to catch your breath. You have just enough time to swap in any players that are on reserve. You have about 30 to 60 seconds. It's honestly up to the judges, to the referee's discretion. But all you have is enough time to maybe catch a couple breaths, and then you're right back into it. As we can see, a throw off. Salamanders are going for it. I think they were hoping or expecting a boomerang, which is when the torpedo splashes the water and returns to sender. Again, guppies already send 3 players underwater. Almost mixed up the camera person, didn't know where the torpedo was. And a steal, a turnover directly to Ruben. Wide open net
for Trevor. Can he make
Coach Leslie taught him that dolphin kick, and Trevor makes it all the way to the goal with a little bit of interaction from the guppies, but that's not going to be enough to stop Trevor Owens. Trevor, Austin,
I tell you what,
welcome to you.
When you get those wide open nets, if you got a great dolphin kick, you're going to score. Particularly the way the guppies play, they don't typically hold a goalie back. You'll see them push up as an entire unit and then typically push back an entire unit. So if you can get a quick turnover, that fast break might be nearly unstoppable. They might have to rethink that as the matches wear on today. And again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Aquabowl.
We'll change it after this. I think it's
in
like
Austin,
4-3,
Texas.
Right? Is it 4-3?
This is Underwater Torpedo. As part of the Underwater Torpedo League in the Deep End Fitness family. Every Sunday here in Westlake, there's a Deep End Fitness class followed by a 30-minute Underwater Torpedo League session. If you're interested in trying out this sport, it's not typically this aggressive for first-timers. They try to separate the crazies from the beginners so that everybody can have a good time.
And if you're interested in maybe being a crazy, or you already know you're crazy, Sunday morning at 8:30, is when we kick off similar style gameplay. Of course, tournament environment, Travis, you have the excitement, you have the fans, you have the substitutes, or the players that are able to substitute in on your behalf. So you might push it a little bit harder than you normally would on any given Sunday, but still exciting gameplay nonetheless. Seeing some exciting action so far. Looks like a team has taken a timeout, and again, for those folks who are new to the sport, you are allowed a 2-minute timeout. You're actually allowed two 2-minute timeouts per 5-point match.
Salamanders have won game 1, James, so we're in that 3-minute break period. Tell us about what happens there typically.
3-minute break period is when James goes to replace batteries. We catch an opportunity to grab some water,
Perfect.
and I'll be right back and do so.
Perfect.
I'm going to pause the stream here for a second. You guys are sounding
All right, we're back in action. Game 2 between the Guppies and the Salamanders. The Salamanders are up 2-0 as we get our live stream kinks worked out before the matches that really count tomorrow. Today's matches are all about seeding, right, James?
Yeah, so today's matches will, everyone's playing for themselves. Everyone's playing for, obviously, they want to come into Austin. They want to make their mark, them being the Guppies, and then they being the Guapos. And the Salamanders, of course, this is our home course. This is our home court. We want to defend that. But ultimately, it's all going to be decided tomorrow, as today's games do mean where people are going to end up ranking placed 1 through 4. So the first place team, the second place team, the third place team, and the fourth place team are all going to find themselves falling somewhere in the bracket. Double game elimination. It's going to be exciting tomorrow. Perfect throw. A little bit of a boomerang. Guppies are on top of it.
Yeah, they really have no problem finding that torpedo wherever it is in the pool. Such strong swimmers. But man, the aggression that the Salamanders are bringing is something that I don't think the Guppies have seen since May.
Yeah, as you can see, each scrum gets more and more violent. You would think as the points and as the matches go on, people would start to lose energy. But man, when I tell you that the Salamanders team has been gearing up, they've been practicing about 3 nights a week just to get ready for who they knew were going to come in as the reigning champions for the 2024 Aquabowl.
So again, if you have just joined us and you're looking at this sport and wondering what is going on, people are swimming, people are holding their breath, there's a little torpedo. One of the rules I wanted to cover real quick, and maybe James, you can add some details here, are these scrums, these little wrestling matches. If someone's got the torpedo, there are certain rules around how many people can attack the torpedo, how many people can attack the swimmer while they're holding the torpedo.
Exactly. So at any given time, you can have up to 2 players from each team. So that means if that third player comes in and tries to pull a leg, or if they try to get their hand on the torpedo, then that would be a turnover, and the opposite team would receive the torpedo in their favor. And then again, as you saw, ready, go, Sean Ransenberg, one of our strong swimmers from Austin, swam against the Guppy, and he was the first to receive the torpedo at the bottom of the pool. And now as they're advancing up the side, Sage is looking for an outlet pass because it looks like Sean Ransenberg, we call him Cheese, he's down there almost by himself, finds Ruben, and Ruben's so tricky as he passes or throws the torpedo into the net. If I had $1 for every time Ruben threw the torpedo in the net, man, I'd be a rich person.
I tell you, Ruben has no problem taking that long shot. We talk all the time about get close to the goal, don't make long passes in front of the goal, but when Ruben's down there and he's got a lane, 2 lanes, 3 lanes, half the pool, he'll take the shot on that wide open net.
But man, it makes an entire different dynamic, right? So there's difference between handing off, and there's a difference between throwing the torpedo. You can obviously pass the torpedo to advance, as you see. It's most common to get the torpedo far up the pool, but to ensure that you're going to have a quality way to advance the torpedo, a lot of folks opt in for the handoff, but a handoff is no match for Ruben, who's very comfortable with flinging the torpedo 3, sometimes 4 lanes across the water.
As you can see, the score is 3 for the Salamanders, 0 for the Guppies. This would be unheard of to see a blanking for the Guppies. Let's see what they bring as they receive the torpedo. A bit of a boomerang here, no problem for the Guppies. Jerome is a world-class swimmer. That butterfly kick is something like you might never see unless you're watching Olympic trials.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Here we go, the Guppies trying to bring it into the middle and met with danger
Aggression
right away.
meeting aggression.
Oh, we got a little pants pull. Thank God we got the regular sized jammers on as opposed to some choose the weenie bikini.
Seeing a little too much skin there from Tyra, so why don't you get up there and pull your pants up, buddy?
A nice turnover at the goal on another errant pass that we don't normally see from the Guppies, and then quickly turned over again.
Let's see if
by the
Ruben can
Guppies.
stop him.
Another long shot, no problem, bouncing it off the bottom of the pool. I think that's Tim, one of the leaders.
Guppies just pulled a Ruben on Ruben. The quick turnaround, twisted, upside down angle shot. Almost made myself dizzy looking at that one. Saying a big wave to the crowd. This is the crowd that's on the deck. We're all watching. Everyone's able to see the same live stream feed that you're seeing if you're tuning in live on YouTube. Again, one of the best ways to be able to view the sport is to actually be involved in the action or just to be underwater. But this takes a close second.
sponsors there. Here comes the throw off. Guppies must have a turnover here if they want to have any hope of forcing a game 3. Tell us about the game setup, James. How many games are we playing? How many points are we scoring? How does one win Underwater Torpedo?
So Underwater Torpedo League is a best of 5 points per match. So each match is going to consist of 5 points. As you can hear, Travis is calling out anytime a point is scored. And that team that scores 5 points in 2 matches will win that game. So each game is consistent of 3 matches. Again, it's the team that scores first to 5 points in each match, and it'll be best 2 matches of 3.
A little tennis-esque, it sounds like. We've got point, game, and match.
Yeah.
James Bonney trying to maneuver out behind the wall.
Looks like there's a lot of guppies.
We got a lot of chatter behind us, people watching on the screen. Ransenberg
Finds his way to
punches
the goal.
one in. Ransenberg has been on a few different teams as these tournaments are concerned. He tried to build a quote-unquote super team last October, took the said super team out to California. They made it to the finals, but they did not bring home the trophy. And I think he's now happy to be at home on the home team, and they would welcome him back with open arms.
We've absolutely welcomed him back. He's an incredible player, just an incredible competitor. It's something that, any sport, any competitive environment, you're going to see different personality traits come out of people, and Cheese is definitely one of the more competitive players that we have. But again, the chatter's getting loud. Ruben's up there on the deck. He's coaching his teammates on. Ruben has been named as the captain of this Salamanders team, given his tenured experience in underwater sports. Ruben is a dual underwater sport professional, as he's taken his New Jersey underwater rugby team across the globe to tournaments in Colombia. He's heading next month to Germany. Ruben is no stranger to what it takes to be world-class at underwater sports, so it was a no-brainer when we selected him to be a captain.
Yeah, if you want to see a crazy-ass sport, check out underwater rugby. They wear fins, they have snorkels. It gets wild under there. Not quite as the aggression we have here because you've got so much gear on, but those guys know how to handle themselves under the water. We've got a little bit of break in the action here. Salamanders with the big team yell. Guppies trying to figure out what to do with this aggression. It's California versus Texas. The Torpedo splashes down. We're calling it a good throw. Jerome picking it up off the bottom.
He's by himself.
Looks like we've got some confusion.
Yep.
Did we hear a buzzer?
Did we hear a buzzer or did we not?
Torpedo
it's
didn't go
really
far
important
enough.
for the refs to be on top of these penalties. As you can see, the matches start to get heightened, and there's such thing as a short throw. So, Travis, what we'll see here in a couple seconds, or every so often, as the camera pans to the pool deck, are some cones that are going to be set up 2/3 of the way on either end of the pool. So it's the responsibility of the players to throw the torpedo on the throw-off at least to the cone or past it in order for that to be a pass, or excuse me, in order for it to be a throw-off that's in play.
Yeah, effectively, the torpedo needs to travel about 8 lanes to be considered a good throw-off. As we see a good one here, Guppy's bringing it forward, trying the middle of the pool. Let's see what kind of aggression the Salamanders bring. Salamanders kind of have a few points here to toy around with some different strategies, given that they have such a commanding lead. 4-1 is fairly unexpected, I'd say, based on previous matches we've seen between teams from Texas and teams from California.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do try to play a little bit more of a defensive approach. Looks like they got some new players in there.
Feeling each other out. Here comes a long swim by
And
Jerome. I'm
there's
sure he's going to be
Jerome.
met with some swimmers too fast. I tell you what, even if you're a James Bonney fan, you're not going to be able to grab that foot.
As we said, he gets a half a second on you.
Jerome on another goal. Again, we've seen that unbelievable swim. That dolphin kick is beautiful. I think only Leslie can kick like that here in Austin. Leslie, maybe a bit of a controversy that I'll brew up. She didn't make the Salamander team. Tell me about that. You didn't make it either, James. What happened?
I didn't make the
What
Salamander
happened?
team either. Man, I was, it was a strategic decision. As we said, we tried something different. Usually in the past, we've sent 2 pro teams to California to try to even out the talent. we knew who was coming to town, and we wanted to give our best shot at at taking on both the Guapos and the Guppies. So you know what? I'm not too disappointed. More playing time for me, and I know Leslie's also equally as excited to be part of the Depth Chargers team.
Well said by a great ambassador to the sport, James. I think we all know that you and especially Leslie too want to help grow this sport as much as possible. So let's get some great playing time between a bunch of different folks. As we see the Salamanders pushing it forward here, potential for a turnover here as the Guppies push and force a backwards pass. It's brought back into Bonnie. A throw down. These camera angles can be wild. Big shout out to our camera woman, Shani, with a great big breath hold. It looks like it's picked up right at the goal. This might be the game and the match for the Salamanders. And that'll do it.
That is 5-2. Excellent job, Salamanders. That's what we wanted to see.
2 games for the Salamanders, no games for the Guppies. We'll have some handshakes on the deck. We're trying to keep it friendly today as these teams, again, feel each other out for the seeding for tomorrow. Wonder if the Guppies will be partying as hard tomorrow night as they did last night.
I think they might.
Tonight.
I think they might try to keep it tamed after what we just saw there. That was almost a massacre from the Salamanders. I don't know if they were expecting to be met with the type of aggression that the Salamanders brought today. But again, with some folks that are opting, or maybe not so voluntarily being told to go down to the Depth Chargers, it gives an opportunity to see some exciting players. Got to give a shout out to Eddie making his way up to the A team. Got to give a shout out to Max, as well as welcoming Trevor back. I think those 3 added a different dynamic to what we just saw there against the Guppies in the first game.
How about longtime Torpedo League watchers? We've got Tim from California and Peter from California swimming on the same team. Unheard of 4 months ago.
Yeah, it's wild, but you know what? I think traveling adds a different element. Folks who, can make the accommodations, obviously is a big time commitment. Those who are just truly in love with the sport will want to play on whichever team they're offered the opportunity to play on. So got to give a big shout out to the entire Guppy team for making their way down here.
As you can see, some handshakes, some celebrations. We know it's going to get aggressive. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back at the top of the hour for the next match between the Depth Chargers, also from Austin, and the Guapos from Charleston.
Signing off, folks.
welcome back to the Aquabowl preliminary matches. We've got the Depth Chargers from Austin, and we've got the Guppies from South Carolina coming up in about 30 seconds. Here comes the vaunted swim-off. Depth Chargers and Guapos. Oh, it looks like Leslie from the Depth Chargers takes it. Passes it off to James, who was just with me in the booth. Keeping things calm. The Guapos are not afraid to rest at the bottom, waiting for the chaos. We've got James Bonney on the camera, doing a great job to stay out of the way of the fight. We got a pass ahead to James, looking for Leslie, but a long pass across the pool, dangerous, picked up by another Depth Charger, pushing it ahead. The Guapos are waiting patiently at the goal. Nice passing around the goal, a scrum, the Vipers pit, and in the goal.
Yes!
Oh, back away. Depth Chargers 1, Guapos 0. I've got Eddie from the Salamanders in the booth with me here, coming off a great big win against the Guppies. How'd that win feel?
Felt great. Had to represent Texas, hold down the state right here. Good game overall.
Yeah, we've got a little home pool versus the visiting swimmers, but it's lovely to see a couple of teams traveling in. Normally it's Texas traveling out to California, South Carolina traveling to California, Kansas. But this year the Aquabowl's hosted here at the Westlake Aquatic Center in Austin, Texas. These matches are for seeding, Eddie, as you well know. All in preparation for the big match tomorrow. We're waiting for the throw-off. If you're just joining us and you're new to the sport, after every goal scored, the team that scores the goal tosses the torpedo across the pool. It's got to travel 8 lanes. And it looks like maybe it didn't. We've got a call here from the referees. Let's see if we can figure out what the call is. Short throw. We've got some chatter between the swimmers, chatter with the referee. Most likely it was a short throw. We'll have a rethrow here. There are some weird rules. If you don't get this throw correct now, it's just a handoff to the Guapos, and they'll start swimming. Let's see what happens here. We've got Ivan on the live stream, brother in a green cap. What's his name, Ivan? Tell us in the chat. Here's a toss-off. Oh, it's a boomerang. Let's see if the Depth Chargers can pick it up. My favorite play of late. And indeed they do. A legal throw-off, but it boomerangs back to the Depth Chargers, immediately wrapped up by the Guapos. And let's see who can outlast whom. Now, if you remember James explaining it on the previous game, there can only be 2 players from each team in any given scrum. Oh, that's a close 3-on-1 there. No call from the ref. A pass back. The Guapos keeping very much in control here. Methodical. An open goal. No problem here. It's too late from the Depth Chargers. It's 1-1. 1 point each. You've got to be on the lookout. If you've got a great breath hold in this sport, Eddie, you're going to succeed.
For sure.
Tell me about that. What do you think? What do you think we were seeing there at the bottom?
When you're getting that torpedo on that boomerang, you've got to look for that option out pass immediately. If you saw right there, he just got grabbed right there. The Guapos out breath holded him, ripped it out when he was going towards the top.
Yeah.
What I like to tell the Salamanders is, when you get that boomerang, I mean, we're already at an advantage. Let's pass back, let's reset our offense, and then go from there.
Yeah, boy, and if you can have that long breath hold and outlast everybody else, once you see those bodies and those bubbles going back up to the surface and it's open net, a couple of kicks.
For sure.
and a goal. As we wait for the throw off, Guapos clean toss over to the Salamanders.
Looks like Ivan's brother is Thaddeus. I think he's number 5.
Number 5, let's look at him. Let's look out for him. We'll see if we can get a couple shouts out. Bringing it up are the Depth Chargers. The Depth Chargers had a tough game against you and the Salamanders earlier this morning. They're trying to fight and claw their way back into it. They do have a couple of new additions to the team that didn't make it for the early matches, so we'll see how they perform.
Good
James
pass
English
right
being
there.
one of them. Yeah, this sport is all about the close, easy passes. If you watch some of the better teams, it's all about passing that ball around the goal. It's very similar to basketball.
There's Kelly.
We're working it in the middle. Kelly is not to be messed with. She is a tough cookie down there, but the Guapos are bringing the force. We've got a couple Gobbles swimming toward the top. Another pass across the middle to James. Oh, an open net, no problem. An easy goal
Nice.
for the Depth Chargers. I tell you, just like we explained earlier, if you've got swimmers at the top and you're on defense, and there's a torpedo with 2 lanes away from the goal, most likely you're giving up that point.
It's like a rugby scrum when you get towards that red zone too, where it's just body on body, and it's almost like, who's got the mental power just to keep going? Tell your brain, no, I don't need breath. I'm just going to keep pushing.
Wait for those convulsions,
For
right?
sure, yeah. But it's crazy when you've got the torpedo, your breath hold. I mean, you're not even thinking about it. It's more difficult on defense when you're in your head, you're looking at them. You don't have the torpedo. It's like, I need oxygen. I need oxygen. You've got to push past that point, though.
Yeah, this game is, I'd say, almost as much about the breath holding as it is about the swimming and the scrumming.
For sure.
If you can outlast somebody, as we've seen time and time again in Aquabowls, especially from some of the founders that have the ultra long breath holds, they'll hold on to that torpedo and just wait in that scrum.
I mean, look at Lon when he plays. He's the king of that.
Just hold it tight and don't give up that breath. Guapo's bringing it forward, not nervous at all about the aggression, happy to go into the Viper's pit. The swarm. Depth Chargers doing a great job holding. Oh, the goalie moves up in an open net after the goalie goes to the top, and an easy score for the Guapos. Can't tell who the number is. Let's see if it comes in. Who scored that goal? Do we have any idea?
I believe it was Chris.
Chris from the Guapos. Chris from the team from Charleston. With that goal from Chris on the Guapos, it makes it 2-2. We've got a nice even match here. I like to see that.
Oh, yeah.
Again, a lot of these teams feeling each other out as we wait for the real matches tomorrow. Again, today is only about seed play. Tomorrow is where the trophy comes out. We'll shine it up. We'll get the engraver out.
Oh, yeah.
Starting to mark that name down for the Aquabowl 2025 champion.
If you saw that last one, they beat him with timing right there. So they waited till Depth Chargers goalie went up, and then they had a free release to the goal with 2 Guapos right there. So there's kind of where the strategy is in this game as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, as we've seen, 2 up, 1 down is the way you're going to win. As long as you're down there with a teammate and you've got an even breath hold, you're most likely going to score. Let's see if the Depth Chargers have a response. Slow bringing it up on the near side of the pool. A pass across the pool to the far side. Oh, a dangerous pass and intercepted. You can't go that long. Too much water and too many swimmers. But immediately met with some aggression. These Depth Chargers have been playing Salamanders in the practices. They know about aggression. They don't mind scrumming. They'll get into the bubbles and get it mixed up. But it looks like the Guapos are pushing it forward. Let's see if they've got any help coming in. The torpedo hangs down behind the net, and still works its way in. Let's see if we can figure out who scored that one. That was a little dancing. trying to get our cameraman figured out here. Where to point this camera between matches. We're having fun, working out the kinks. Some deck shots here. Depth Chargers were up 2-0, and now they're down 3-2. Let's see if they can respond. It looks like they're swapping some players in and out of the pool, giving some folks a time to rest. 2 players from Kansas joined the Depth Chargers this year. We want everybody to have a good time, have an opportunity to swim. Really missing that team from Kansas. They did well in the Rookie League in May out in LA, but they couldn't quite get a team together, so they joined up.
Ooh.
An easy turnover here for the Guapos. Methodically passing it around, looking for the open man. Passing it ahead, pushing it ahead. Let's see if James gets involved in a scrum. Watch those feet, watch the kicks. Kicking has been outlawed as of late. You can push with the legs, but kicking is firmly against the rules. We're gonna have a scrum here at the goal. Let's see if she can punch it in. A lot of players, is it a turn? No, it's not. The Torpedo moves around in the bubbles and finds its way into a Guapos player and then finds its way to the back of the net. Eddie, what do you think the Depth Chargers need to do to turn this one around?
I think they've got to focus more on the back passes. If you saw right there, Patrick took it up, immediately got a turnover. That's going to kill all your momentum right there. When in doubt, don't force a pass forward. Look back, reset that offense, get it moving around. You never want to force a pass over a long distance here, especially with a team like the Guapos with their breath hold. I mean,
it seems to me the longer you play this sport, the more you get involved, the better the breath holds get, the better your awareness gets, the better the passing goes. As you'll note if you see folks that are newer to the sport, they'll push up and push up. The awareness, the ability to stop underwater, look around, find an open man or woman.
And stay calm.
Stay calm.
Really stay calm.
Yeah.
If you're getting wrapped up, just stay calm, trust your breath hold, and just look for that open guy.
And let's give a plug to the Deep End Fitness community. That's where you really learn how to stay calm. A lot of these underwater torpedo teams are formed around Deep End Fitness communities, right? A lot of cities around the world now have Deep End Fitness. They're adding underwater torpedo teams to play in these underwater torpedo leagues. Let's see if the Depth Chargers can get it figured out
There's
here.
a good back pass right there.
Yeah, tighter passes. And the ability to pass it forward or backward and stay down for a little give and go.
Now he's got to watch out
That's
right
always
here.
helpful. Don't go too far across the pool with the pass.
Stay
A
calm.
little bit of a scrum, keeping that torpedo away. We're moving toward the top. Are we going to get a surface call?
Ooh.
Let's see what the call is here. A no whistle. We're still playing, folks. We've got a hold by the foot like we're bringing that tuna into the boat. A handoff to Walter, the founder of Deep End Fitness here in Austin, Texas. We're losing our breath. We're floating to the top. Confusion reigns, but the Depth Chargers are able to keep it. Nope, it's a clean turnover. The Guapos. We're still fighting. Another steal back. We're swimming at the top. We got to be swimming at the bottom, folks. Now the torpedoes at the bottom. We've got some yelling from teams on the top, providing direction. Open net, and we've got a goal. What a crazy point there. The game is played at the bottom. We were playing that one at the top. Eventually, the torpedo finds its way to the bottom and finds its way to the net. I believe the score is 4-2 or 4-3. Looks like
4-3.
The Depth Chargers are still in it. 4 for the Guapos, 3 for the Depth Chargers. Charleston, South Carolina versus Austin, Texas.
That was great resilience at the goal right there. Just never giving up. What was it, 2 consecutive turnovers back to back?
I tell you, when that torpedo's high in the water and everybody's expecting it to be at the bottom, that's where that confusion comes in.
Looked like we saw a torpedo go above the water, which is legal, and then go down on that one pass.
Well, we've got a question coming in from Ivan. We'll take it. How do you win? So it's first to 5 points, and it's always best of 3 games. So it's a little bit like tennis, except instead of game, set, match, it's point, game, match. So it's first to 5 points, and if you win 2 out of 3 games, you win the match. So here we've got the Guapos bringing it up. Our man from Puerto Rico originally. Oh, a dangerous
Risky
pass
pass.
across the pool, but boy, did that thing find the bottom cleanly and bounce cleanly out. We were losing our camera. It looks like we're getting mixed up with some swimmers, and it looks like we had a turnover here. Let's see if we can get it ahead to Leslie. She hadn't seen too much action in these games. She is a great swimmer. Forces a quick pass, but the Guapos retain control. We're swimming dangerously close to the top of the water again. Let's see if the depth chargers can handle this. A dangerous pass across. We don't usually see that from the Guapos, these dangerous passes. And here's Leslie. Let's see if that dolphin kick can carry her forward. We've got a couple of swimmers with the depth chargers. Let's see if our camera band can hold on. Oh, an errant pass and a steal by the Guapos. A lovely dolphin kick to bring it up a few lanes, passing it deep across the pool. We got a 1v1 situation. Let's see if the goalie for the depth chargers can hang on here. It's a 2v1. Oh, quickly passed. That was quick work for the game. First to 5 points. Game 1 goes to the Guapos. We've got a comment about introducing players. I've got Eddie with me here in the booth from the Salamanders. Eddie, let's talk about it. How new are you to the sport of underwater torpedo? And listen, I've called a couple of these matches before. People call it Underwater Torpedo League. I want to start promoting it as Underwater Torpedo is the game that's played.
Yeah.
We don't say, hey, we're gonna go watch some. We're gonna go play NFL today. We're gonna go play football, right? So we're gonna play some Underwater Torpedo today. But tell me, how have your matches been this morning? How did you find the sport? Let's get into it.
For sure, yeah. So I think I'm about 8 months into the sport. Originally from Chicago. They didn't have it up there when I lived there. Moved to Austin, found Deep End, which actually opened me up to UTL. Fell in love with UTL. I've been coming to almost every single night. I think we play like 3, 4, 5 times a week. We're just always practicing. I'm on the Salamanders. We were in the previous game. We just beat the Guppies, which was big for
Big win.
Yeah, big win.
What do you tell people when you say, hey, I've got somewhere to be on Monday night?
Yeah.
What do you say to them?
Yeah. So I'll tell them, say, hey, I've got Underwater Torpedo. They look at me like I'm crazy. They're like, oh, that torpedo that you played with as a kid. I'm like, all right, just open up YouTube, take a look at it. It's way easier to explain visually than like explaining it. And then they watch a video and they're like, oh, I want to play that. You know what I mean? So just the visual aspect, and that's why I love this live stream, is so everybody can see how the sport is played. Because I'm sure looking at it from the surface, it's kind of boring. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But when you're under there and you're in the midst of the chaos, it's amazing.
I will say we've got a couple of lanes that are blocked off, so that if spectators want to put on their suit, throw on some goggles, maybe bring a snorkel, they can pop in and watch the game live underwater, right? It makes it easy and kind of fun too. The players are constantly swimming in the lane, so it's almost like you get mixed up in the action a little bit. So let's talk your history with swimming, right? Because everyone's got a bit of a different background. So what would you say? What's your background in swimming?
Yeah, so I actually don't really have a competitive swimming background. There's a lot of people. There's college swimmers, professional swimmers, free divers. I was just a recreational swimmer. Done a couple triathlons. Love being in the water, but no true competitive swimming. And I think that shows that you don't really, you don't need that. You can level up every week. Just make sure you're practicing all the time and getting better. And I'm sure you've seen it since the first time I played. My game's got a lot better just from continuously working.
Yeah, I have firmly planted myself on rookie teams for life. I've had a couple injuries. I'm not a great swimmer. I do love the sport, love promoting it, but I also like playing with folks that aren't insane like you and the rest of these teams.
I love the physicality of the sport. That's probably my favorite.
All right, here we go. Looks like we're getting ready for game 2. Let's see if the depth chargers can turn things around. Here comes this vaunted swim off. Again, if you're new, first time seeing it, between each game to start, there's a swim off. The torpedo's placed right in the middle of the pool. Both teams swim. Looks like Leslie picked it up.
She's insane at the swim offs.
Really fast swimmer. She was a collegiate athlete. Her main stroke was butterfly, as you could tell based on that. But we got a little bit of a wrap around the neck.
Nice.
So another rule that we should cover off on, no hands around the neck. The game does get aggressive, but they try to keep it as safe as possible. We got a little cradling there. I love a funny hold. We got a quick turnover from James. Looks like the torpedo got a little errant.
Get back on defense.
Looks like The Guapos are moving it forward. We got a young Guapo swimmer. Shout out to number 3. We're going to have to find him and interview him later. Love seeing the kids playing. I tell you what, no. Oh, here we got a good wrap up here. Let's see what happens. It's a snake pit of bodies. The Guapos are still moving it forward, trying to kick while being held. Looks like they force it in. 1-0. Guapos take the first point. Imagine playing this, Eddie. You're 12, 13, 14, 15, skinny kid hopping in here with some of these beefcakes.
I mean, Ben Bonnie is a prime example of that.
Ben Bonnie, right. Young guy from Austin. His dad plays on the Salamanders with you. Great swimmer. Really growing up in the sport. Broke his wrist playing soccer.
Yeah.
He's out for the tournament.
Multi-sport athlete. I mean, he's really going to be insane. I mean, he already is very, very good, but he's growing, just getting better every single time we play.
And within the last year, seeing him come to Deep in Fitness, he's shot up about 6 or 7 inches and I think dropped 35 pounds.
Yeah.
We got a shout out from Matt and Ricky, part of the Guapos. Guapos really looking to turn things around. They had a rough go against the Guppies this morning. I think sometimes that travel might get to you. You land in Austin, Texas. You want to see the sights. You want to hit the restaurants, hit the bars, and then show up at 8 a.m. for a swim.
Guppies are the reigning champs from the last tournament in California.
They are the reigning champs, but now they've had to travel. They've had to figure out how to get a team out to a new location. We'll see how they do for the rest of this tournament.
Another thing is they play in saltwater pools. It's a little different when you're throwing the torpedo and the buoyancy. So that's what I noticed when I played in California. So that might be, a little of an effect to them, but just something to note.
Just saw a long pass ahead. I tell you what, when you get in these games with these better swimmers and these better wrestlers, you cannot pass the torpedo more than a lane. It's going to get intercepted. Guapo's bringing it up easy, too easy, in fact. No one on the goal for the Depth Chargers. They've got to get something figured out here to turn it around. Guapo's up 2-0. I tell you what, it's a real bummer sometimes the way these things work. When you score a goal, very much like when I was a kid playing football, it's loser's walk, right?
Yeah.
You lose that point, you got to swim the whole length of the pool. Try to calm that breath. There's typically a minute of rest in between each point, and sometimes that's not enough. You'll see some players like Manny there hopping out of the pool, walking over.
It's all about catching your breath too, lowering that heart rate. That's my main goal in that minute break. It's just because you're coming up and you're huffing and puffing for air.
Yeah, let's talk about it. What are some tips and tricks between each point? What do you think about when you're lowering that breath or that breath speed and that heart rate?
For sure, yeah. So my exhales are normally going to be 8 to 10 seconds. You want your exhale to be longer than your inhale, and then holding for 2 seconds at the bottom, and then a deep inhale, and repeating that until my heart rate really drops.
Let's plug Deep in Fitness and some of that military training. What do they call that style of breathing?
Yeah, so that's called recovery breathing right there.
We got the triangle, we got the box.
For sure.
James bringing it ahead, pass back across the pool. Patrick, another world-class swimmer. Guys like a rescue swimmer, can hold his breath for ages. A team member from Kansas is no problem to get that ripped away from the Guapos are bringing all the heat, all the smoke. 2-on-1, watch those hands. Looks like we might float up here to a surface call. Oh no, a quick handoff before the surface call. We're still swimming, folks. We're at the top of the pool. Let's see what happens here. We got some bodies poking out of the water. We got no surface call yet, which is very strange. I think we've maybe hit the buzzer. It's definitely a surface. Now, another interesting rule here, because this game is supposed to be played at the bottom of the pool, if you're holding the torpedo or someone's wrapped you up in any part of their body, touches the top of the water or breaks the water, the torpedo is then placed at the bottom of the pool and there's a swim off. The 2 swimmers involved will swim straight down. The rest of the swimmers down at the same time. It's a quick scrum. We'll see who retains possession here. We got the refs lining everybody up. Down go the swimmers.
Wow, what a start by Patrick.
No problem for Patrick to pick up that torpedo. Immediately wrapped up by the Guapos. Quick pass across to one of our friends from Kansas. Walter bringing it ahead. Let's see if he's got the breath hold and the aggression to put it in. I know he wants to get that torpedo in the goal. Score one for
Look at
the
that
old guys.
screen.
Watch out for that steal. Oh, and the Guapos are immediately. Walter's got that one-handed grip strength. Hold on to it. Oh, he's ran out of breath. A quick pass ahead for the Guapos, and we've got a turnover. Not necessarily a fast break, but a good move here from the Guapos. Still high in the pool. Potentially another surface call, but I don't know if we got it. Looks like we're still playing. Oh, a deep, long pass. Now it's just a race for the Torpedo, and it looks like it's Guapo's going to retain possession on that far errant pass across the pool. A battle right at the goal. Let's see if they can keep it out. I don't know that they can. Guapos punch it in, and now it's getting out of control. Guapo's playing a lot of aggression after that first battle from this morning. Depth Chargers giving it all they can.
One thing you'll notice with the strategy is some teams will play, that keeper that stays on the wall.
Yep.
Other teams will have their keeper push up a little bit. So it's kind of just, the chemistry of your team and how you work. Personally, I like it when the number 5 is what we call the keeper. He moves up a little bit to be able to be a back pass, but some teams will have him on the wall. I think the Guapos sometimes have 2 of them on the wall too.
Oh yeah. They're no strangers to placing swimmers strategically in the pool.
sure.
It's unbelievable. As you know, it's almost impossible to communicate with each other under these games. You're just understanding where the bodies are, where your same cap swimmers are.
Yeah, we'll actually kind of clap our hands underwater.
That's right. You might see this sometimes if you can catch it on the streams. There'll be a fist and an open palm, and it's kind of a tapping motion to make a little popping sound underwater as people try to call for the Torpedo. Got the Torpedo head to Leslie. A pass to Kelly. Let's see if she can make it through the swarm of defenders. Oh, the Guapos are all over it. Kelly's got a grip. Let's see if she can hang on. Leslie pulls it in. Nice to see some ladies on both of these teams. Guapos retain possession on that steal. Let's see if the Depth Chargers can force them. Oh, we've got a pass to the young man. Let's see what he decides to do. Using those legs to keep some separation between himself and the Depth Chargers. Moving it into the goal from the bottom. The young man's got it again, but he gives it up, and he wisely so. Sometimes an assist is just as good as a goal. Unbelievable play from the youngster on the Guapos. We might have to interview him later as well. You love to see the young people enjoying the sport. And with that goal, it's 4 for the Guapos, 0 for the Depth Chargers. Can the Depth Chargers get a swim, get the Torpedo? No turnovers would be the key here. If I'm offering some coaching to the Depth Chargers, it's handoffs only. Let's get rid of the long passes. Let's keep the swimmers close together. Let's see what they do. Looks like we got a timeout called by the Depth Chargers while they regroup. Each team is afforded 2 one-minute timeouts per game. Again, best of 3 games are typically played in these Aquabowl matches. There's a shot at Eddie flexing on the pool. He left me. I'm solo now. Let's see if we can keep the goodness going. Oh, we got to look at some of our sponsors here. Meals Fit for a Pro. They've come out. They're providing nourishment, a lot of protein, as you can imagine. Look at those beefcakes fueling up. Big thanks to them for joining. James is much better at giving us all the sponsor shout out. The man is a legend when it comes to asking people for money and free goods to help support this growing sport of underwater torpedo. It is played with a kid's torpedo. It's easy. Anybody can get one. Jump in a pool, start passing around with your friends.
Go to a deep end session near you.
Let's see if the depth chargers can keep it together. Long passes still. They're not taking my unsolicited advice. Let's see if they can get one in. 3 guapos at the goal will be tough to do. Oh, a long pass kicked off of Patrick's foot, and it's another turnover to the guapos. Passing ahead to Jose. Great breath hold, great kick. Let's see what he's got here. Waiting for a teammate to show up. Oh, no problem. Passing it forward, but a little errant. Let's see what happens here. Nope, guapos still retain possession, easily passing it up and down and side to side. Let's see if we can get a turnover here. A nice pass back, picked up at the top of the pool. No surface call. Very interesting, but it's picked up again by the guapos. Quick turnover. Back to the guapos, waiting patiently, holding that breath, finding a teammate. No aggression here from the depth chargers, happily waiting for the torpedo to come to them. A long pass across the pool, but still held by the guapos. It seems that the guapos have changed their mentality or their strategy for this particular point since they are well ahead. Happy to move slowly and methodically, controlling the torpedo, finding an open swimmer, looking to put an end to this game and an end to this match. And quickly to the young man who scores for the guapos to wrap up the game, 5-0. The guapos brought the punishment. There's a look at one of our sponsors, Novos. They are providers of our suits and our goggles all across the world of deep end fitness and underwater torpedo league. Unbelievable match by the guapos. We'll take a quick break. Next game will be at the top of the hour. Lots of handshaking on the deck. You love to see it. Tough competition, but still friendly. We'll see if we can get some player interviews. We'll talk to Rick Quintero about his story. I'd like to get the young man involved too from the guapos. We'll see you in 30. All right, and we're back. We've got the Guapos again quickly back into the pool, facing the Salamanders from Texas. Here comes a throw off. Oh, I don't know if they're going to call that a good throw. And indeed, a whistle. Looks like Salamanders won that first point. So Salamanders 1, Guapos none. As we look for a rethrow here from the Salamanders, there's James sporting our sponsorships. Onvos, again, our swimwear experts, our goggle experts, have been a long-time supporter. We've got a boomerang. Let's see if the Guapos can retain possession here. Plucked up off the bottom of the pool. Jose bringing it forward. Met with so much aggression from the Salamanders team. They will defend this home pool at all costs. Guapos had a nice match against the Depth Chargers, but a new set of foes here against the Salamanders. Looks like we got a whistle, might be hands around the neck. Oh, let's see here. We've got some chatting with the refs. Let's see what the call is here. Guapos are a little unhappy, it seems. We got Leslie from Austin and Tim from California reffing. Looks like it is a hands around the neck call. So if you're just joining us or you're new to this sport, we got a penalty. I'll do my best to explain it. There are certain sets of penalties that basically are a full-on turnover. The team that is the offender has to swim back to their own wall. The team, in this case, the Guapos that had the hands around the neck, dive down. The play doesn't begin until the torpedo is picked up. And now, as Jose picks up the torpedo, the Salamanders can leave the wall and begin their defense. Let's see if the Guapos have it here. Nice pass across the middle, trying to move that torpedo around the goal. And the swarm of bubbles, swarm of bodies. The Guapos still have possession, maintaining nice, easy control. Long pass back to the middle. Let's see if they can get it in. Two Salamanders down. A long pass. Actually, it is a shot and a goal by the Guapos. 1-1. An unbelievable shot on the goal with lots of bodies around. An unbelievable point. This looks like, let me check here. Are we tied 1-1? This is starting off really strong. Could be a great set of games. Let's see what happens here. The Guapos throw off to the Salamanders. Third game of the day for the Guapos. Same for the Salamanders. Will we see some folks that are tired? Will we see some folks that are battered? Let's find out together as we prepare for the throw-off. There's our countdown and our throw. We've got a thumbs up from the refs. Game on. Picked up off the bottom of the pool by the Salamanders. That's Sean, who also goes by SK. A lot of Seans here on this Austin team. So we've got SK, we've got Cheese, we've got someone called Big Croc. These are all people named Sean. Something was going on 35 to 45 years ago with the name Sean. Salamanders working it up and across. Easy pass from Sage to Max. When it's 2-on-1 down there at the bottom, there's almost nothing you can do. And another goal for the Salamanders. 2 for the Salamanders, 1 for the Guapos. Let's see what happens on offense now when the Guapos retrieve. We got some waving from some of our sponsors, lots of walking around. Remember, the guppies coming in for a shot. I got James with me here in the booth. James, who are these sponsors here that we're looking at? Some collagen, some
Yeah,
creatine?
we got a few good ones. If you're thinking about any type of supplement stack, you're seeing all that you need right there. Creatine, spelt out clearly for you. You got some versions of pre-workout from North Star Nutrition, and then you had the strong coffee. It's actually collagen and coffee, caffeine, protein, all the teen mix, and we got a throw off, Travis. So what's going on under the water here?
I don't know, I can't help but think about that power lift drink I had earlier, maybe a zillion grams of protein. Now I can bench, 350, no problem with these sticks. Looks like it might have been a bad throw again from the Salamanders. It's their pool and they can't get the throw off figured out. I think this is third one of the day for them. Let's see what happens here as they have the long swim back to the wall.
You'd think we would have figured it out by now. I mean, we've only been practicing 4 days out of the week for the last, 3 months for this tournament, but I don't know.
We'll see what happens here. Another look at Onvos, our sponsor. Swimsuits, goggles. They have been a big sponsor of the Deep End fitness community since early on. And let's see if we can get the torpedo tossed. Ooh, another close
really
one.
close one.
Let's see what happens.
We got it.
No buzzing.
Seeing double under
They're
there.
playing. Slow movements from the guapos. Let's see what happens here with the mess of bodies. Good breath holds, moving it up on the near side.
Notice how Ricky
Bounces-
stays under after the toss, after he passes it to a teammate. You think about it now, his breath is going to be a lot lighter than what James is able to come down with as he stayed up a little bit longer and then got involved in the scrum. They rise to the surface, and we call this a swim off. Travis, what does a swim off entail? What happens when there's 2 players from each team involved in a swim off?
Yeah, if you're just joining us, we went over the couple of rules earlier. This is another one of those wacky ones. The torpedo is meant to be at the bottom of the pool. So if you break the surface of the water holding the torpedo, it's what we call a surface penalty. The torpedoes drop to the bottom of the pool, 2 swimmers separate, and then it's a race to the bottom. As you can see, our 2 swimmers prepared for the most exciting play in underwater torpedo. It's picked up by the Salamanders. Moving it forward, pushing, fighting, lots of aggression. SK moving it up the wall. The Salamanders team is trying to continue to practice working around the goal, but lots of bodies with white caps, lots of bodies with yellow caps. Can they crawl along the bottom and push it in? James Bonney with a great breath hold, a pass to Max, and an easy touch in
my goodness.
around the
I can't
guapos.
imagine what it feels like to be underwater that long, Travis.
He's got a breath hold that'll make you cry. Lots of
I mean, that was
practices.
about 15, 20 seconds, I think.
I mean, he scored on me an unknowable number of times when we're at practice sessions or when our normal sort of Austin, Texas, take it easy, underwater torpedo league play.
Viewers, if you're watching, if you want to try something fun, go ahead and hold your breath for the entire duration of one of these points and see what it feels like. Of course, you're not going to be, grappling around with other players, trying to pass, trying to stay cognizant of where everyone's at. But even just holding your breath for that amount of time, it is a challenge. So both Travis and I have played. We've traveled out to California. We know the type of firepower on offensive defense this team can bring, as we played competitively in the UTL Aquabowl in previous years. And man, it's always a challenge. It always takes the most amount of effort.
Yeah, pick a swimmer, follow him on the screen, see if you can hold your breath once that torpedo splashes down. Let's see how long you can last out there. And remember, they're swimming, they're fighting, they're holding the breath. So that CO2 tolerance really comes into play once that heart rate gets up and we get into some action here. Aggression again from the Salamanders. I think this is going to be the name of the game for them this weekend. Let's see what happens here. The Guapos are still able to maintain possession, bouncing that torpedo off the bottom of the pool. Long passes here, still dangerous,
Nice
but wide
pass.
open. What an unbelievable pass. Still moving slow, long, dangerous pass. Misses the goal, but picked up by a Guapo swimmer and easily punched in.
Bounces off the top shelf, almost about a lane and a half throw into the net. Man, you don't see those happen too often, folks. This
No.
is exciting.
Really exciting stuff. Let's get a score update. 3-2 Salamanders. Okay, the Guapos are firmly in this one. Firmly in this one here. There's those power lift beverages I was mentioning. God, I could probably bang out 390 on the squat, 250 on the bench, 400 crunches, just like my man James here.
Travis, I don't know if that's how it works, but you know what? 10 grams of protein per drink. Instant collagen's looks like it's gonna contain 15 grams of protein per drink. So, you know, at Deep End Fitness, yes, it takes a good breath hold, but with battling with some of these guys underwater, some of these gals, you're gonna stay strong. So that's why we like to shout out our sponsors who bring the protein-packed beverages.
A nice low skippy throw from the Guapos. You don't see that too often. I really like seeing that. Something new in the sport. No confusion though for the Salamanders. Ruben bringing it up nice and slow, methodical. Pass ahead to Sean Ransenberg.
Oh, look at
Big
that.
golf kid.
Who does he think he is?
Another former collegiate swimmer here. Passing ahead to Sage.
Notice how they're using the wall. They like to pass the torpedo up that wall.
Into the snake pit we go.
Into the back of the net. They know they're going to find James
scrum.
Bonney.
It looks like, hard to see there, but it looks like the Salamanders were able to easily punch that in. Just a quick conversation with our cameraman, trying to bring you guys the best viewing experience. We're on a GoPro in what seems like a 30-year-old case that's tied to this rope here that you're seeing, plugged into a laptop that you're also seeing. And so we just want to make sure we don't pull this table over.
Running on the public Wi-Fi. So far, we're staying pretty consistent. So shout out to Eames Aquatic Center, allowing us the space. We've been practicing here again for the last 3 years. The inception of UTL in Austin dates back to 2022. It started off as a what the heck. Walter at the end of Deep End Fitness told us, hey, we're gonna throw this little torpedo around. You guys are gonna hold your breath. Travis remembers. We held our breath, and then one person at a time would try to go for the torpedo. As soon as we picked it up from the bottom of the pool, we would immediately try to find somebody to pass it to. And we just didn't have our wits about ourselves. So as you can see, as the years have gone on, we've gotten more fit, developed some more skills, some more tactics, really playing this like a basketball type of match, as you have 5 players in the water at a time, picking up tactics, trying the give and goes, finding good outlet passes, good handoffs. But again, it's only because of the last 3 years that we've been practicing this that we can actually have a formidable offense and a formidable defense. So very challenging sport. But that's a little bit of history of the inception of UTL here in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, the guys and gals out in LA have been playing together for a long time, and you'll notice, particularly when the guppies are in the water, they play that more basketball style. They move the torpedo around the goal, and they look for a break in the action to kind of make their punch in or make their attack. And so all these other teams that are newer to the sport, that maybe have only been playing together 1, 2, 3 years, are trying to figure out that same style of play. But you'll notice these Salamanders and these Guapos have no problem with the aggression. Let's just force it down their throats. Strong on strong. And a turnover. Salamanders taking it. Big kick from our man Trevor. It's a 3 on none. He's going to take it himself for the stats. Max is not getting that goal. That's all Trevor all the time. Another big one. And that should be the wrap-up of game 1. Salamanders 5, Guapos 2, lots of aggression.
And we'll be back.
Just a quick little update here. We got lots of swimmers in the pool outside of the athletes. We've got 2 refs, both with this funny little buzzer thing that anytime there's a penalty or a bad throw or an errant call, or they need to bring swimmers up to the surface, they hit a buzzer. You can hear it underwater. It's fantastic. Also, down there right now is music playing because we've got some swimmers from the Westlake team down there with the microphones going. Really neat stuff. We've also got safety swimmers, always needed, and we've got a couple of camera swimmers. So safety is priority, playing the game fairly is priority, and bringing you guys a great viewing experience are priorities with what's happening in the pool. The big synchro team, so I'm sure those underwater torpedo players are hearing some fantastic music because we hear it outside the water, and I'm sure they're hearing it clear as day inside the water.
Who that is?
James, how were your matches earlier today? Are you guys done?
Nope, we got one more match. We're actually next. We're next up.
Any thoughts? How are you guys going to improve? You guys got a tough one.
Yeah, we do have a tough battle ahead of us. I think what it really boils down to is staying consistent with passing when you have a person, a teammate in open space, and not being afraid to stay down there. Hold your breath a second longer than you normally would during those practices. This is the real deal. This is the tournament now. It's time to really ramp up the gameplay, and meet your opponents with the same energy that they're bringing to you. So I think it's going to come down to consistent passing, keeping our breath held a little bit longer, and staying in open space.
Any different strategies that you're going to bring now that you know who you're playing? You're playing the Guppies from Newport, multi-time Aquabowl champions, great swimmers, great breath holds. They're methodical. What's y'all's game plan?
Our game plan is to go in there and give them hell. You know, we're the raggedy kind of pieced together Frankenstein team. We got some players who may have been given the cold shoulder from joining the A team, the Salamanders team. But I'm wearing that with a little chip on my shoulder. Gonna bring some good energy, and ultimately just go out there and try to give them hell. I know that there's gonna be a tough day 2 ahead of them and ahead of us, but it's gonna come down to how much we can really put out underwater. So
a lot of competitors. A lot of people with a big competitor experience. What is your prediction for y'all's matchup against the Guppies of Newport?
I think it's gonna be tougher than most people think.
Okay.
I would like y'all to kind of keep us. We're the underdogs. We definitely know that we're the underdogs going into that. Myself included, and a few others like to be in that position. Looks like we just had a turnover for the Guapos here. A lot of us kind of thrive in that position.
Another turnover by the Salamanders.
Ruben stayed underwater the whole time, and
Big
it looks like
breath.
he might be able to bring it in just himself. He's going to be met at the goal. Let's see if he can finish it and punch it away.
Oh, a dangerous pass that makes it to Sean. Can he punch it in? Working those arms around the bodies. Woo. Oh, that was James Bonney. A quick pass to Max. You're not stopping that. Oh, he missed it! And he cleans up his own whiff. A little Angel Reese-esque there. Missing the layup, cleaning it up. An unbelievable self-rebound.
And the Salamanders are going to take the first point of the second game.
All right, let's get back to the prediction while we got a break in the action. What do you think? How many goals are y'all scoring on the Guppies?
Depth Chargers by 100.
Oh, boy.
Depth Chargers by 100. Put that out in the open. Now we got to live up to it. So you're welcome, Depth Chargers. We got a big task ahead of us, but you know what? We're the underdogs. Let's go in there and give them hell. Hey, and if at least we don't score, all 10 points needed, let's make them earn every point that they score.
I like it. If y'all win, I'll do 100 burpees.
You hear that here first, guys. Travis Schrader, our marquee commentator, he's going to be doing 100 burpees. Are you sure you want to raise that to 200?
I'm from Austin. This is my home pool as well. Love swimming, love my deep end fitness community, love my underwater torpedo league community. It's going to be a real tough matchup. I'm excited to see y'all get in the water with them.
Oh, yeah.
Here's a throw-off to the Guapos.
Hey, look in the background. What do we got going on? We got people just hanging out at the bottom of the pool.
Yeah, we
just
mentioned on our
casually
last
walking.
calls, anybody is welcome to come experience this. Throw on a pair of goggles, a set of swim trunks, bring your best breath hold, bring a snorkel. You can watch this live in the water. Pool's a little chilly, but you can have a great view.
The best view, I might add.
Guapo's having trouble moving
SK.
this thing forward.
Gonna be one-on-one with Ricky.
Manny's asking if I want to sub in with you guys. Oh my God. Can you imagine me down there with the guppies?
How are you gonna commentate from down there,
Holy
man?
shit. I tell you, these salamanders are bringing a level of aggression that has not been seen in quite some time in Underwater Torpedo. Here it is again.
I love
Safe
it.
play, 2-on-1, a nice scrum. We're handing off
That's
the
what-
scrumming,
Yep.
which is really how you're supposed to do it. But it looks like we might end up with a surface called. No, we don't. No
Oh.
surface yet. Got to ditch it before we get to the top. Oh, and it's a turnover. Ransenberg ditches it forward. It's easy to clean up. Trevor doesn't see it,
Trevor
though. It's
doesn't
erased.
know.
But
Trevor
I
thought
think
there
he's
might have
wide
been a
open.
buzzer.
You're never going to get him by the feet.
Wow.
Anybody that's got a big dolphin kick like that, the feet grab is never going to work. It's a fast break on the turnover.
You saw a little break or a little pause because people are thinking you got to listen for the buzzer. The referee is always right at the end of the day. If you do not hear a buzzer, it's like they say like they say in football, you play to the whistle.
Play to the
If you do not
whistle.
hear- if you do not hear a buzzer, it's your job to find the torpedo. And if it's a turnover on offense, then you grab the torpedo and you score it.
It looked like a surface, it acted like a surface, but it was not a surface. And now the Salamanders are building on their lead. 2 points for the Salamanders, 0 points for the Guapos in game 2 of this matchup. Let's see if the Guapos can keep possession here. Turnovers are always key. If you can keep possession, you will score. But I tell you what, these Salamanders are in not mess around mode. They want to bring the heat every point, every game.
Nice throw.
Long
Bounces
throw
off the
along
wall.
the wall. Guapo's bringing up on the near side of the pool. Trying to be methodical, but then met immediately with aggression from Max. Quick move from Sage. Is it a turnover? A lot of scrumming at the top, calling for the torpedo at the bottom of the pool. Guapos keep possession. Do they have the breath hold? Do they have the numbers? It looks like it's 3-on-2.
3-on-2 right
Can
now.
they bring it in before reinforcements are called in? Oh, and a great defensive move by Ruben to stop, and it looks like it might be a turnover. Camera work. Holding. Oh, let's see what the refs call here.
As they
If
scrub
you're
out the
holding the torpedo and you come up for a breath, it's a ref call there. That could be a solo.
Is it going to be a solo on the Salamanders? It doesn't look like it.
Looks like we got some food reinforcements coming in here from the spousal unit and the son.
Fast break there by Sage. He is met by a Guapos defender, but he has an outlet pass. James Bonney tosses it, I think, a quick assist. He might have wanted to rack up in the assist column. He probably could have punched that one away by himself, but SK is going to be responsible for the goal.
You know, Austin is loving this domination.
Every single one of us is just, I mean, I am smiling ear to ear. This is, we're giving the Guapos hell. We're giving the Guppies hell. It's a really great time to be in Austinite.
And it's community too, right? It's we. Everything is we. Even just in general, the deep end fitness community. It doesn't matter if you're in Newport, LA, San Diego, Australia, Portland, Austin. It's all we, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, deep end fitness. I mean, that's what attracts our audience. I think that's what really makes people want to invest their time and be part of this community, is because it is such a rewarding community to be a part of.
Can't have one without the other.
Little short torpedo throw. I don't think we're going to call it. Oh, looks like we did get a buzzer. You guys can probably hear that better than we can here on the surface.
Must be tough with that music going from the synchro practice. You know those gals got that music working, so the buzzers are fighting the underwater music, the coach's commentary from above the surface. They got all the best stuff over there on that synchro team.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and here we go. It sounds like they're about to pump up the volume a little bit more. Let's hope we don't get copyright stricken for our YouTube live replay. Nice throw. It looks like it ventured all the way to the 7-foot. Technically, that is the field of play. It's going to be up to the ref's discretion right now. I've definitely seen some refs let that one fly.
Maybe they're taking mercy on the Guapos. Still love to see this team traveling in from South Carolina. It's on Formula One weekend, no less. Hundreds of thousands of people from all around the globe here in Austin, Texas, to watch Formula One. Maybe a few of them will catch us on the live stream and sneak over here, watch a few matches tomorrow.
Got a couple folks. I'm managing the Deep End Fitness ATX Instagram. If you do want to get up-to-date content, if you do want to share this content, find a friend who might be, unfamiliar with UTL or Deep End Fitness, or that, friend or family who is familiar with us. Let them know to tune in. We are going to be live as often as we can all weekend. Matches every hour on the hour. Next up is going to be the Depth Chargers and the Guppies. Really tough match. Looks like we're backed up all the way to the goal here.
And a long
Bad
throw.
pass, long throw, turnover. It's getting scrappy. Chris is staying down at the goal, though.
A long pass through the arms of the Guapos, and it's an easy score for Max. I tell you, that was a great little scrum there, holding on those feet of Ruby. He's kicking hard. Really great point here, but boy, it's getting away from the Guapos 4-0 now. We've seen some of this today. Some of these earlier games, really close, then another team will break away, kind of start pulling away. Maybe there's some gamesmanship. Maybe it's trying to rest up for tomorrow. I mean, 3 games in one day, really in 4 hours, can be pretty brutal.
Yeah, it takes a lot out of you, and it's finding time to recoup, rejuvenate. Again, we have, thanks to our nutrition sponsors, we do have food, we do have fuel. Everyone has their own routine and rituals, but finding the right time to find, a window to eat, to not be bloated, to not feel like you're still digesting, because all of that's going to influence how well you can hold your breath, and ultimately how well you're going to be able to play and be a resource for your team. So it's you gotta find, just like you would in any other sport, you gotta find your windows. You really have to dial in your nutrition.
James, we've interviewed Eddie from the Austin team earlier. We need to get some other folks to interview, but while you're here with me,
Yep.
what brought you to Deep End Fitness?
Deep End Fitness is interesting. It caught me at an interesting time. I lived in, and we got a boomerang here as I talk over. Wow. And again, what happens with the boomerang is that torpedo hits the surface and it comes right back to the team that threw it. So this might be the one that they put the nail in the coffin here. We got just about everyone on both teams underwater right now. Cheese has it. Oh, looks like it might have been a turnover.
An unexpected turnover.
But to answer your question, Travis, I found myself in an interesting spot. Lived out in Midland, Texas, West Texas for a year. And the last 2 months that I was there, I was training at one of the aquatics facilities. I thought I was going to join the military. Thought I was going to take a page out of the common playbook with the Air Force.
Can they do it?
Special
It's a steal
Warfare.
by SK.
SK with the quick hands and the no-look pass. Yep. Wow.
Everybody missed that one. James Bonney's got it. Boy, he must have been underwater for a long time if he had to come up.
Here we go, the one-on-one at the goal. We see somebody coming behind him. This is a tried and true play right here. When you got someone behind the one goalie, he's keeping him out as much as he can.
It's Trevor time. We just heard
But he
behind us.
wrapped him up.
Oh, looks like we got another steal. Oh, no, he
Travis
held on
retained
to it. You cannot take it away from Trevor.
Trevor
Collapsed
retained
goal.
possession.
No collapsed lung. It's the game-winning point. That'll do it, folks. Guapos versus Salamanders. What started strong ended in calamity for the Guapos. They'll have to regroup, refresh, and reload for tomorrow. Real quick before we hang up, let's get back to the deep end fitness piece, right?
Yeah.
What brought you? You were in Midland. We're thinking about making a life change. Then
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, I was thinking about making a life change, and maybe if Tyrus, if you want to bring the camera up here. Put you on the spot. I had an opportunity to start training. I thought I was going to take that, that plunge with the Air Force Special Warfare. So I started getting in the water. I was on Instagram, and I looked up probably underwater training, military training.
Okay.
Found Deep End Fitness. Started, asking what some of the moves are, because Deep End Fitness is a very active Instagram. And at the time, it was Don running the page, and he was replying back to me. And I was like, man, this seems like such a cool community to be a part of. They're taking, their time to reply to just James English on Instagram.
Sure.
So I found that to be pretty exciting. Kept up with my underwater training. Again, don't practice Deep End Fitness on your own. Definitely make sure you have a buddy. But found an opportunity to continue training as much as I could. Moved to Austin at the end of 2021.
Okay.
And then once I was in Austin, took a pause from swimming from January to May. And then lo and behold, I actually think Ben, who was here earlier, Tyrus might have been part of the early crew, Tyrus was behind the camera, that came out and did a Deep End Fitness demo. What the demos are is they'll go to a new city. If they think there's demand or interest, they will actually run a Deep End Fitness demo, maybe for an entire weekend, and they'll get people certified. They'll just try to evangelize the community. So they had one out in Austin. I actually missed the demo, but I saw they stood up an Instagram page, and from day 2, we'll call it, I was a very consistent Deep End Fitness member, and then ambassador, and then instructor, senior instructor. Got to travel with the brand and the organization. So
I remember those early days.
Yeah.
Leslie is a big part of our lives. She's the coach of our neighborhood summer league swim team. Our kids on the team. My wife's the president this year. We have big fans of Leslie, so we were on pretty early too. And
you guys were.
Some of those classes started really small and really fun, and man, just to see it grow, and now here we are hosting a tournament. It's unbelievable.
I wouldn't expect this to have really kind of spawned into what it has. There's been lulls. There's definitely it's a seasonal sport. It's kind of a seasonal business, but there's always that foundation. There's always that crew that has stayed consistent, month over month, year over year. So, really, really exciting to be part of this community. We want to continue to grow it. So again, if you're watching this from Austin, we do meet every Sunday at this pool, and Tuesday nights we find ourselves in the water practicing Deep End Fitness or UTL in some capacity up to 4 nights a week. So if you're in the Austin area, or if there's a Deep End Fitness site in your location, make sure you check us out.
Love it, love it. Well, maybe we'll get some other players in here and we'll interview them between games here, but if not, we'll see you at the top of the hour for the final match of the day.
Sweet.
All right, good luck. All right, we're back. Last match of the day, Aquabowl 2025. Underwater Torpedo is part of the Underwater Torpedo League. We've got the Depth Chargers from Austin, Texas against the Guppies of Newport. If you're just joining, the Depth Chargers threw a goal into the net. Highly unexpected. I admit, these are my pals. I will put the over-under for them scoring a goal at about 0.2, so they've already hit the over. Let's see what happens on the throw-off as the Depth Chargers pass it to the Guppies. Torpedo splashes down. Quick note on that, if the Torpedo bounces into the goal on a throw-off, it's no goal. In the written rules of Underwater Torpedo, you have to make at least one pass before a goal can be scored. Let's see what the Guppies choose to do here. Slowing it down, easy handoff, no problem. That looked like about a 4-on-1. I've got Sean Ransenberg in the booth with me. Swam on the Salamanders, feeling good. Beat the vaunted Guppies earlier today. Sean, how are you feeling?
Good. I'm feeling real good. You notice what the Guppies are doing there. They got some fast swimmers. They're staying low to the ground. Just quick handoffs to get in the goal. We'll see what the Chargers can do to come back with. And
Yeah.
There's my wife there taking score. Want to give her a special shout out.
It's
Thank
still
you for all the hard
grassroots.
work.
Still grassroots. Players' wives are keeping score and swimming safety and refereeing and camera work. Imagine players' wives on the golf course out there caddying, maintaining the course. It's not happening. Sean, while you're here, tell me what got you excited about the Deep End Fitness community and Underwater Torpedo League in general?
Yeah. You know, it's an incredible community. I think first and foremost, that's what it is. It's an incredible group of people, diverse backgrounds, the opportunity to spend time together and really try to make ourselves better, challenge our minds and bodies. Ooh, Leslie, is it?
That's Leslie picking it up.
Leslie picking it up, working
Yep.
it up. Good pass in the middle. Let's see, can they get it out before they get double teamed?
The hard part
Looking
here
for
for
James. Where's James? Where's his backup?
the hard part here for the Depth Chargers is definitely going to be swimming in and around the Guppies because they seem to be in the right place at the right time every
Leslie's
time.
up ahead. Come on. Use that butterfly click. Similar to Leslie, I was a swimmer growing up.
Okay, a quick steal by Jerome.
Jerome.
Just holding, waiting, making quick work of the Depth Charger team.
For those that don't know, Jerome was a former professional swimmer. He was not of that caliber, but swam Division III. And for me, back to your question of why, just enjoy being in the water, spending time with just such an incredible community, and playing a sport that I absolutely love. Been playing for 2 years now,
Yeah,
getting to learn from some of the best.
it looks like maybe the Guppies are taking it easy on the Depth Chargers. There was a breakup between the Austin teams where there was this kind of super team created, right, to try to win the Aquabowl. And then there's this other team, the Depth Chargers. Great swimmers on the team for sure, but definitely a mix of some folks that are newer to the sport, just trying out swimming against these great teams.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's great about the community is people of all abilities can come out and play, and we try to ensure that we're giving opportunities for folks who don't, have a background in the water, make sure that they know they're safe, and then be able to challenge themselves. And so it's a special place, and what I really want to compliment the Chargers on, and Leslie, making sure that we're getting everybody involved. So I think that's an important part of the community.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things we've talked about throughout the day. Swimmers of all abilities, swimmers of all ages, everybody's welcome to come out and try. Part of the Deep End Fitness community, Underwater Torpedo League, it's really for everybody. You'll see some world-class swimmers for sure. You'll see some high levels of aggression, but not every match is played that way, right? This is really dialed up for the Aquabowl. There are lots of matches played around the country and even around the world as part of the Deep End Fitness franchises that are really, more friendly, people just figuring it out, figuring out their spacing, figuring out their breath hold. As we look at an errant pass but still maintain possession from the Depth Chargers. Let's see what the Guppies decide to do here. Peterbilt right on him. Looks like a nice pass ahead. We got some members of Kansas team swimming. Oh, and it's turned over. Tim with the easy swim. No problems here as that Torpedo is worked forward, handed off to Jerome. Let's see what Jerome decides to do. Is he taking it easy? We got some mixed up bubbles here. Jerome still holding on to it, trying to quick handoff, passing it through a defender. It's just too easy. There's our Guapo swimmer, the young man number 3 in the frame. Braden is his name.
Yep.
Boy, how fantastic is that, seeing the young man swim against the heavy hitters.
So Braden's girlfriend apparently is watching, so I want to give you a shout out. Love our viewers. Appreciate all the support.
Yeah. Love seeing that.
So Guppies are, I think, 4 years in a row defending champs. Is that right, Travis?
Yes, I think so. The last teams to give them a run for the money, there was a team from San Diego, the Yellowtails, that had a brutal match, I think, maybe 2.5, 3 years ago. And then the other LA team, or the other Newport team,
LA Sharks.
the Sharks, they were really good. That's one of the founders. Don swims on that team.
They also have Marcus Rogan on the LA Sharks. Marcus is a 2-time Olympian. He has 2 silver medals.
Yeah. We mentioned that earlier. That's part of that super team that you tried to put together. that
Marcus
didn't work out.
was on the Marcus was on the LA Sharks, and he actually swam with my brother at Stanford. And when I first got into the sport, I wanted to see if I could create a team of pure swimmers who don't have a ton of background. And back in 2 years ago, we gave the Guppies a little run for their money, but just out there having fun.
It was great. We were able to live stream that one as well. I was on the call. Those were some fantastic points. Lots of aggression, lots of great swims, and some really unbelievable breath holds, right? Like, talk us through, how are you feeling under there when your CO2 tolerance is waning, you know the adrenaline is up, you've got the Torpedo, maybe there's an attacker coming at you. What's going through your mind?
Yeah. For me, I grew up in the water. I grew up playing games like Sharks and Minnows or Bass and Minnows, Marco Polo. So, inherently I have just a comfort being underwater, knowing my abilities to get up and get air as needed. But one of the things we really work on as a team is quick recoveries.
Yeah.
And knowing where you should be. And really proud of the Salamanders today, because there's multiple times where we had a player's goggles knocked off. Can't see anything.
Oh, yeah.
But yet you could throw it and you know where your teammates are going to be.
Staying in the fight. Look at these ladies scrapping with Jerome. Jerome is not holding back, and neither is Kelly. She will not go down without a fight.
Kelly's one that's come just such a long way. So fun playing with her. Her breath holds are just remarkable.
Yep.
Here we go. Walter, founder here of Deep End Fitness ATX. Oh, 2 quick passes. In the
Just
goal.
too easy. I tell you what, those Guppies, they can make quick work of it. Again, seems like they're being a little slower, a little more methodical, maybe taking it easy just a bit. That makes it 4-1 Guppies over the Depth Chargers.
All I got to say is Amanda White doesn't have anything on my wife. Look at that.
Well, and our scoreboard, too, is definitely better than what you'll see on Wheel of Fortune. They don't have markers and erasers.
Trying to figure out who scored that goal. Let me ask.
Tim on the score. One of the founding members of the Guppies from Newport. Peter Belden is one of those guys that was on the other team out there in LA. I don't know if it's the Irvine team or what, but
So my understanding of the history is talking with Tim today. Tim started the Guppies, and then after the San Diego Yellowtails came out, hit the diving board. That's very rare. Tim then transitioned and started his own team of the Orange County Yellowtails. And so now Guppies, Peter's taking full control of the Guppies. They have 2 teams training out of the same pool.
got it.
And so here we go.
I think given all the travel, they've combined forces. Oh, Leslie with a good pick off the bottom. Can she hold it? A nice pass back. You love to see the pass back across the pool to James from Manny. A long pass. Is it going to
Leslie.
make it through? Let's get that camera up just a touch. It
Working
looks
it around.
like the Depth Chargers still have control. We've got a swimmer from Kansas on the team. That's Scott. He came all the way from Kansas to join the Depth Chargers. Let's see if we can
Good
keep
down to
possession of it.
Leslie.
A drop on the pool. Can Leslie pick it up?
Quick passes, quick
Got to
passes.
look. She's holding on. A bounce off the bottom.
There you go. Come on, Manny.
Quickly to Manny, and he's wrapped up. A nice
quick.
2-on-1. Can he ditch it down? He passes it up, and it's just long enough. Oh, the torpedo out of the water and down right into the camera. Oh, it's the cinema there. This looks like it's an
Holy
open goal.
torpedo. Man, look at that.
Wide open net. What a shot. What a swim.
You know, one of the secrets of the game, I think, is the walls and the ground are underutilized. So if you notice what happened there is 2 Charger players were swimming for it, and the Guppies goalie jolted right past them with a
Yep.
big push off from the bottom. And I feel like a lot of players don't take advantage of the walls. You see our team really focus on it from the Salamanders' perspective is how do we utilize the walls, both the ground and the sidewalls, to be able to continue to propel ourselves forward as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's certainly a strategy thing, right? Because if you think about the wall, you've got so much more energy coming off the wall versus on the far side of the pool, typically it's open water out there, right? The pool's sloped, it does get a little bit more shallow. This pool in particular is very slippery bottom compared to those pools out in Irvine where the Aquabowl is traditionally held. What's the difference between bringing the torpedo up the wall versus the middle versus the outside?
I feel like it gives you a lot of options. So, when you are pushing off the wall, you can, leverage that speed to be able to get better angles with the torpedo, but also use it to propel past the defender. So what you'll see is a lot of the players who use the wall will then push or pull the defender off to be able to create space. And I think a lot of times in the game, your goal is to try to create space to find openings,
Yep.
right? So you can find the right offensive player so that we can ultimately get the torpedo into the goal. And I think sometimes, there's just opportunities to do that as a collective group. How do we get the right spacing? Not too far apart where there's defenders between us,
Yeah.
but tight enough for quick passes, and I think the wall really just gives you that leverage.
Yep.
Now, as a defender, I don't want the offense to be able to push off the wall. So I'm grabbing the legs. I'm trying to wrap them up so that they don't have that advantage against me, because
Yeah.
it's really hard for me to recover when somebody pushes off the wall and goes right by me.
Well, similar to basketball and even soccer and football, right? It seems to be all about the lanes, right? Creating space in between these different lanes. If you can use the wall to your advantage to kind of create some angles to cut down on the lanes or to open up some't you've got a bit more power coming off, creating a bit more speed to fill those lanes or find those lanes.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. In preparation for this tournament, as a group, we watched a lot of other team sports. So you can watch football and think about cornerbacks versus wide receivers. You can think about basketball and our defenses, trap defenses. It's an interesting combination of all those sports where historically, swimming is more of an individual sport,
Yep.
similar to track. But you have like water polo. Water polo is very much a team sport where you have 6 players playing against 6 players. You have a goalie. Peter, my understanding was, captain was water polo team in college.
I imagine.
And so what the Guppies do a really good job of is sequencing the breathing, knowing where their players should be, both from a offense and defensive perspective. But, the big question in terms of strategy in the game is, do you have a goalie, right?
Yeah.
Is it more like soccer? Is it more like water polo, more like hockey? Or is it more like basketball? Basketball,
Yeah.
you don't have a goalie.
No goalie.
Right?
Yeah. Man on
So-
man, zone.
Zone and good motion offenses. And so
Yeah.
that's a lot of what we're talking about, as a team, is the sport's so new.
Yeah.
Right? And I think Peter, as the captain of the Guppies, did an incredible job kind of reinventing the sport of we're not just going to rush into the defense and try to jam it in and we're going to be stronger.
Yeah.
They take a much more methodical approach. And so we try to find that balance.
They play it very much like water polo. You're right. They're passing the torpedo around the net. I've mentioned basketball a few times today. And then they just work for that open lane. There's Jerome with a gorgeous kick for the swim off. No one's going to have a chance on that one.
Did you see how Jerome just pushed off the bottom, went right by Leslie?
Yep.
Right? How do we, when you are on defense, that bottom and the sides is just a huge advantage.
Yeah.
Here we go. There's a lot
Nice
of fish
little
at that
scrum.
barrel.
Let's see if we can get a turnover here from the Depth Chargers. Oh, it doesn't look like it. Wide open goal. Easy money for the Guppies. They got to be licking themselves a little bit, right? They took a bit of a beating from the Salamanders early, right? I think I wanted to ask about, we're talking about this LA team, the team from Irvine. they play a finesse game, right? And you guys brought the aggression. Is that part of the strategy? Is that part of, like you mentioned, sort of changing how the game is played?
We're just trying to think differently, right? I think the sport's continuing to evolve, and so we're just trying to give the teams a different look, right, than they've historically seen. And we got lucky against the Guppies today, but it's preliminaries, right?
Yeah,
everything
they're gonna bring
changes
heat tomorrow.
They're certainly going to start to think differently tomorrow. They're going to bring it.
They are definitely going to bring it. They do not like losing, and they definitely had some tough ones today.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens here. Can the Depth Chargers work it up the pool?
Want to
Cross.
give a shout out to our viewers. We have 140 viewers live right now on the stream. Appreciate your support. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Give us a like. That's River. He has a long breath hold. He'll sit down there. You got
Yeah, but you'll
Vivian in
see
the
it.
corner. Notice how the Guppies are just sitting, waiting.
Yeah.
Right? How do we find that open pass and start working our way up?
River Zapata, he was part of the original Marine Corps team based in San Diego that came up and just wrecked shop in the rookie league for a couple of years, about 3 years ago. And he loves to just hold the torpedo and wait and sit. What a long pass through the Guppy defense. You don't see that very often, but immediately wrapped up. A nice back pass. Looks like that's to James. A bottom of the pool pass to no one. He's going to want that one back, folks. He's not going to come in the booth and talk about that one. Let's see if he can get it back here on a long pass from the Guppies. No, there's Jerome. Oh, clearly taking it easy just a bit.
Notice how the Guppies, right? Slow and methodical. Oh, bad pass
Yep.
there. That is unusual.
Pass to no one. Let's see. It's going to be a race to the bottom. Doesn't look like there's many
Vivian.
bodies.
Vivian is always
picking it
down
up.
there.
There you go for the Depth Chargers. Let's see here.
pass. Get her
Work
that
her.
ball
Oh, a
down.
bit of an errant pass. And now it's going to be a race. James is out of breath. Guppy's cleanly picking it up. Let's see if they put an end to this madness. We've got one defender,
Rivers
a
back there.
chaser.
See, Rivers is a good example of a traditional goalie. He likes to sit back, and there's different strategies, different
Yep.
types.
Oh, but it's 2-on-1. A handoff, no pass. Oh, it's going to be a scrum here. Let's see
Vivian
if
in
they
there.
can hold the
Look at-
big man
I love
out.
it. I love
It's
Vivian trying
in.
to get in the mix. I want to give her a huge shout out. That
Oh,
was
yeah.
impressive.
Vivian is holding her own out there for sure.
Just no fears. Just getting under the big guy. And
Relative
now-
newcomer.
Yeah. You're going to see the team doing a good job. I think if we can clean up some of those passes and, what we talk about is set up that half-court offense. I'm going to go figure out who scored. I'll be right back.
Yep. We've got Guppies 2 pulling away from the Depth Chargers. Let's see if they can get one goal in. The goal for me was, or the over-under was set at, what did I say, 0.25. They hit the over. Let's see if they can add to the total. One goal's a win and certainly something to build on against a really tough opponent. Here comes the throw-off. Guppies tossing it high, splashing down for the Depth Charges. Bringing it up the near side of the pool. One of our Kansas players, a back pass across to Manny. That's the Manny special here, drawing some Guppy defenders away. Can he find an open lane? A long pass, a dangerous
Nice.
pass, but it looks like, is that Leslie on the pickup? We need to get Trevor better on the camera. Trevor can score goals, but he can't work the camera quite as well as some of our other compatriots today. Walter bringing up long arms,
Leslie, go
long reach.
right to the goal, right to the goal.
Leslie,
See, where's
she's being picked up.
She needs more players.
Wrapped
she needs
up.
Somebody to throw it to.
going
too
high to
high.
our Kansas teammate.
Too high.
Can we get that
Oh,
torpedo
quick
back
pass,
down?
let's go.
A bit of an
1-on-1.
open goal. Are we
1-on-1,
going
Manny,
for
go
it?
right at
Push
it.
it in.
Go right at it,
Don't
Manny.
quit, Manny. Manny's a long-time deep in fitness instructor. Has
Oh!
his own pass to Leslie and
Great
in.
pass.
We're counting it. Manny with the good look pass right to Leslie, right through the defense. And they're on the board, adding to the over.
Heading to the over. I
The
love
live
it.
line is now moved to 2.2.
Did you notice there how when Manny threw the torpedo down, how smooth that pass is? I think that's a big thing about the sport is how do you pass and get good angles with the torpedo? If
Yep.
you try to throw the torpedo up, fighting gravity, it's tough. But Manny there floating over the defense. Leslie sneaking behind in that motion offense like we talked about, right? Think about a wide receiver, slot wide receiver getting past the D. Boom, right for the touchdown.
It's one of those things, too, that this is a bit of a four-dimensional sport when you're under the water, right? You've got what's in front of you, what's behind you, but you've also got up and down, right? Depending on what layer in the pool you are. Oh, it looks like we've got a salamander, or a depth charge timeout here. Take a little breather. And so when you work with those four different planes, right, it kind of opens up some different avenues to try to do some things.
I think that's what makes the sport unique, right? There's not, I actually can't think of another sport that has that complexity, right? Where you know, you have 13 feet of dimension up and down that you have to think about and strategize, right?
Yeah. Hockey's got ice below your feet. Soccer's got the grass that the guys flail upon and whine to the refs about stuff. You know, no one's got this under the feet level, right?
Yeah. Let's see in the chat, any ideas for thoughts on other sports that have this dimension, this 4 dimensions that Travis is talking about?
Yeah. Drone racing, maybe? Does that count as a sport?
I don't think so. I'm not counting that. Anything in the chat?
Oh, we got a social media guru here, Sean, asking for conversation in the chat. He's got Chris talking about Rudy so dreamy. Is Rudy the big guy that scored? Oh, that might be
Rudy,
a short
that
one.
is, yeah.
Let's see, did they blow the whistle? Looks like it's play on.
Playing. Okay,
Jerome
good.
easy going up and then right back down.
Look at how quickly he can get up and down. That is,
You love to
those
see
4
it.
dimensions. It's a work of art. Oh, look at that. Going, Tim trying to go right under.
Looks like we got a good wrap up here by the
Yeah.
depth charges.
Who's that? Is that Manny?
Is that Manny fighting it?
I like it. See, look at how the Guppies stayed low.
A lot of bodies.
That's
Got
key.
3-on-3 at the goal.
Here's where I'd love to see Scott use his feet.
See what Peter does.
River push him up. Oh,
Pass to Jerome. Jerome taking it easy.
Ooh, good stop
We got
by
bodies
Leslie.
down there. Get in there. Get
come
in
on,
there, Leslie.
Push him up. Push him up.
Push
Push
him.
him up. Push him up.
Oh, and easy. Just waiting him out with this breath hold is unbelievable. Handing it off. There we go, back up. Oh, and it's just easy. Unbelievable breath hold from Leslie.
My girl.
Unbelievable. We got her mom back here watching on the stream. Shout out to Coach Huddy, longtime Blue Wave head coach here in Austin, Texas.
All right, I'll put a bet out there. I'll bet you one of those amazing chocolate chip cookies you all make that the Chargers score this goal.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't want to bet against them, but I'll take that bet just because I like some action. Let's see what happens. They're going to receive the torpedo on offense. Let's see if the Guapos come full force or if they still kind of using this time as practice. Let's see if the depth charges can keep the torpedo. I think for them it's all about keeping the torpedo and keeping their swimmers close, right? They've got the breath hold, they've got the swimmers. They need to keep a couple of swimmers nearby, right? We got some situations where we're out swimming our coverage, where the lanes are too big, too wide. Let's see
Tight, quick passes is the key to the game, right?
Yep.
Good movement, just like, again, in basketball. Get good motion and good quick passes.
Totally agree.
So we're not sitting here. Okay, so we work it up to James. Or no, sorry, that's Xavier.
Xavier
Xavier's-
from Kansas,
yeah,
pass it off to
Kansas.
Scott on the near side of the pool.
Scott's going to get double teamed. That's fine. Good.
Just-
Good working around. River, nice, good, quick pass. Up to,
Long passes here.
oh, here we go. Look at that. And
Oh, here
we're
we go,
off.
Scott.
And Scott. come
Do
on,
one for
Scott.
the Kansas
Come on,
team, Scott. Oh, and he's met at the
but
goal.
he's going to fight it off.
He's fighting
Did
it.
he get it in there?
Sean might have it. Oh, a pass to Vivian, and she's put one in. Unbelievable. The live line hits again on the over.
Can I get a chocolate chip cookie?
I hope y'all were betting. I hope you got your bets
man.
in. Great point,
Oh, my goodness.
Vivian.
Vivian.
Great
goal,
point.
Vivian.
That
Great
was,
point.
I think that was all 5 touched the torpedo on that one.
Yeah, great motion. Good passing. Scott, great pass. Really cool to watch.
You love to see it. Again, this is for seeding. Just want to be clear, we are definitely Austinites. We are non-biased, but boy, we love to see the depth charges scoring against the vaunted Guppies for sure, as
Especially-
anybody would.
Especially when you got a chocolate chip cookie on the line. You know?
We'll have some tomorrow.
Man,
one of our-
I can almost taste it.
One of
You,
our
you want some more action on this one?
one of our not often mentioned sponsors, House-Made Cookie Company. salted chocolate chip. First runner-up at the Beaver Creek cookie competition of opening day 2024.
And man, they are good. I cannot wait. I can almost taste it in my mouth. You want a little
Oh,
action
we got a
here?
boomerang. Let's see
boomerang.
if the depth chargers get it. But I think
Leslie.
the Guppies are not gonna get it.
Oh!
Oh, we got a buzzer. I think the refs were calling it short. They're not having any fun. Looks like it's going to be a rethrow. Jerome was happy to give it up, but these refs, they're playing by the rules. They're sticklers. Here comes the rethrow again. If you're just joining us, the rules of the rethrow are you get one more chance to top that torpedo, 8 lanes. If they miss now, it's just a direct handoff to the Guppies, and then they move with the torpedo while the depth charges would be at the wall. So nuance things there, but we haven't seen too many calls these games today.
You know, it's a little bit of an art, right? We've been studying it, right? The boomerang is definitely a strategic play. If you can get it landing right, you can basically turn that kickoff right back to you all to really turn the momentum of the game.
Bit of an onside kick strategy there, using that boomerang.
Low. Oh, that's right. Staying low, look at how it's low to the ground, but you need the defense to push up.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
If there's one thing the Guppies also do well, it's playing the game at the bottom of the pool. We're never going to see them handing it off at the top.
Walter pushing
Oh, look at that. One handoff to another handoff. Guppies push another one in. What's that score now? 4-2. All right. The depth charges are still firmly in it. But we're so deep in the game, there's no more bets, no more action. The over is closed.
So there's some comments in the comment section about Vanna White keeping score.
You know, they can
Tan
read the
legs.
comments, right?
Yeah. Tan legs in Texas.
We get lots of smiles from all the competitors as they make the swim. You know, we talked about this earlier. This is like playing football when you're back in 3rd grade. Losers walk. So if you get scored on, you got to take that 25-meter swim back to your side of the pool. Winner gets to stay and relax while you swim away.
That's right.
So it's
That's right. And man, after a hard-fought point, that walk almost feels like a walk of shame. I know
Oh.
you've never done one of those, but man,
winners win, Sean.
that's
Winners
right.
win.
That's right.
It does behoove you to be the scorer. Let's go. We got our countdown coming. Here comes the torpedo.
It's gonna be the last point of the preliminary session here.
Let's see if the depth chargers can work another one in. Fight for another point. It's brought up by Xavier from the Kansas group. Oh no! The Guppies are showing no mercy. They want to get to the Formula One race. They want to get to the bars. That'll do it. Guppies 5, depth charges 2 for game 2. Everybody go home. We'll see you tomorrow morning when the real play begins. Today was all about seeding. Even Trevor's ready to go. Turn the camera off.
We got a comment here in the section. Can you read that out loud?
Can we hear
Travis?
Sean sing again?
That's definitely my sister-in-law, if I had to guess. We're powering off.
I love it. I love it. All right.
Tomorrow,
well,
tune in tomorrow for Sean's singing.
it's been a great day. We will catch everybody tomorrow as the Aquabowl continues here in Austin, Texas.
Go Salamanders.